I'm expecting Greg Smith to be here. Bill Rupp was going to be a little late. Kirsten, I'm expecting, and Tad, I'm expecting. Oh, there you are. Good. Kelly.
Yeah, Bob had offered to sit me outside, so
there was a motion made to that effect last week. Kelly went into the hospital this morning, so we'll need to keep her in our prayers. I don't know exactly why, but she was unable to come, obviously. Dr. Rupp is on a plane from Minneapolis and expects to be here by 2. So, and I don't know where John Wilbanks is. So, okay, well, let's come to order. Welcome and introductions. And why don't we start? Sherry, you want to start for the formal record? Introduce yourself.
Sherry McGill.
Tad Delagal.
Gwen Yates.
John Thompson.
Greg Anderson.
David Boer.
Bob Shercliffe.
Bill Shire.
Carl Cannon.
Charlie Appleby.
Bob Miller.
Great, thank you. Well, we've come a long way, and again, I want to thank all of y'all for your long and hard work. It's been really a gift to the community because y'all brought your best game to this, and thank you very much on behalf of the community. I want to thank David Boer particularly. He and I did most of the drafting of this report, and I want everybody to know we didn't violate the Sunshine Law because he did his separately and I did mine, and we only talked about how we were going to put them together. So I think they worked together well, but Jonathan and David sort of fed them together, and they participated in this too. But David, thank you, because it took a lot of time, and it's still a little Greek to me, but thank you. My hope is that today will be finished, but we still have some tweaking of the report to do, and that's what I wanted to do today. Assuming y'all agree, we have to do two things right at first, and that's make a decision on the two items still before us, and that is the 2 versus 5 year final average salary for existing employees and the age upon which the COLA would start, and I was confused about whether that was for both or just the existing was the debate. So we haven't decided on those. So it was my intention to start there and then to go through the report page by page. This is our attempt to get it right in terms of, I don't think we can re-edit it, but if we got something wrong substantively, or if you want your name spelled differently, now's the time to do it. Gwen has already reminded me that we're not Florida Community College anymore. And Tommy Thomas, who's come to most of our meetings, I got a note from him yesterday suggesting the franchise fee. Well, I called him and said, well, we've already talked about that, but I realized I forgot to put that in the funding sources part of the report, so we'll put a paragraph in about that. But that's the kind of thing we needed to make sure that we picked up all of that. So let's start with the issue which I think David Boer had raised, and I'm sorry Kirsten isn't here because she felt very strongly about it, about both of these issues. I think, I don't want to prejudge, but Tad and she may come from the same perspective. So unless y'all want to wait for Kirsten, maybe Carol could go call her on her cell so we could see what her time frame is. So why don't we start? I needed to say I also left out of the report a thank you to Carol Wells, who's provided all of our administrative report, but that's one of the tweaks we needed to ask. Carol, I think we ought to give her a little round of applause. She has been a yeoman because she's really got two bosses, and I acted like her boss, and she put me in my place. So anyway, so David, you want to revisit what you were thinking on the 2 versus 5 years average salary for existing employees?
Right, so the thematic that's in the report is, in addition to selecting a defined benefit plan, what we wanted to do was to try to find a way to successfully contain the cost. And so the thematic was, can we look at the benefit cost for existing employees and take another shot at a couple things that would be consistent with new employees that would further contain that cost a little bit. And the two topics that were low-hanging fruit in terms of easy comparability changes were to make the final salary based upon 5 years rather than 2, or 60 months rather than 24, and additionally, consider the date that the COLA becomes active. So you'll recall that this is all with respect to prospective benefits, but you'll recall that that new employees have a COLA that begins the third year following their retirement, which is after a full retirement of 30 years. And so the suggestion I put in here for discussion was to consider a COLA that would begin at the earlier of age 55 or 33 years, or 13 years following a 20-year retirement. Where we left that was a little bit of definition around the right way to think about the COLA, but also we were hoping that, Robert, that you might be able to give us a little bit of directional confidence as to what the cost of that would be. We know that we sort of had difficulties with taking on
Right.
significant more analysis, but within those constraints, we're hoping you could give us some directional insight.
Yep, and that was really what Kirsten had asked for
Right.
particularly. And Jim Lynn had, Chris and Jim both had some comments in response to the report on the timing of it, and it's right, we need to get the wording right on prospective, because we can't go backwards, and so Jim will help us on that. Robert, thank you. Greg? Yep.
I know y'all are getting tired of this, but since we're talking about benefits, I'm not going to vote on
right.
anything. But I do have a question about the report, and if you can address it during this part of the meeting. One of the recommendations says that benefits
Will you go to the
based
page?
on-
Go to the page.
Well, it's right before the conclusion in the summary of the recommendations,
Okay.
Executive summary?
the executive summary. It says,
I hope all you guys and gals read the full report, because
We did.
David and I really labored over it, and not the executive summary.
it doesn't have. a
Oh, I'm
page
sorry, yeah, we forgot to put that on here. Okay.
number. Yeah.
Where are you?
It's right before conclusion.
Okay.
All right.
Yep.
And then at the very top, it says reducing COLAs prospectively.
Second bullet
Y'all have
top of
that?
page. Second bullet, top of page is before.
Second bullet on the top of the page. Okay.
On the full one?
Just the second page of the end. Go one more page.
I don't have it.
Nope, this is the executive summary.
Well, it's not on my copy. Let's see if it's
I
in.
really don't, I think this is a lot easier than it's
Okay.
direct.
Yep.
So it says benefits based on current service and present salary will be increased by 3% annually. And I wanted to make sure that that's really the way that it works now. Is it always 3%, or is it cost of living, but 3% max? And I just wanted to make sure we clarified whatever that is.
Joey, you come on up, Joey, and you want to answer that so we can all hear it?
It is, my understanding is it's always 3%.
It's guaranteed 3.
3%, right.
3% no matter what.
That's my understanding.
And that is,
That's my understanding, too.
and that is consistent with how the Florida retirement system did their 3% prior to eliminating it.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Robert, thank you.
Okay. First, let me apologize. I do not have an exhibit yet. I will have it next couple of days. But I have run some of the numbers. We just haven't, a little more complicated. We're still checking them, but I can give you an estimation of where we are. If you remember the chart, I wish the old chart was here, we had that under the revised MPS, the current employees were 27.72%. From the chart that was at the last meeting, there was a column that said current employees, revised MPS.
You mean the chart that David did?
Yes.
That had all of the?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. And I believe hoping those numbers were in the draft. By the way, as an English major, as a math major who has a wife who was an English major,
Hey, Carol, let me just interrupt
draft would have taken
you.
me
Carol,
3
we're
months.
missing that last page of that report. My original has got the whole thing.
We're also missing every other page.
You're missing every other
No,
page?
it's not from David.
Copies every other page.
All right. Chris, can somebody make, I've got the full thing here. Can somebody make a copy for everybody while
I
we're
have
talking
it.
about this? Is that true on the report also? No. I knew we were missing something. You're getting it, the full thing? Okay, that's on its way. Okay, thank you, Kirsten. Okay, Robert?
I was saying on this one-page chart right now, the current employees with the additional employee contributions with the 1.5% COLA kind of consistent with the future hires. If you change the final 24 months to final 60 for all future benefits, or another way to look at it is for all benefits but never less than the final 24 months, the bottom line is going to be reduced from 27.72 to 26.62. So it comes down 1.1. So at the top line, the city contribution rate is reduced from 14.06 to 12.96.
Okay. And that's on the issue on the final average salary?
Yeah, going forward, changing to 60 months from 24 months.
So the question would be, given our legal,
And there are actually two changes.
Yep.
One is the 60 months versus the other one is that the COLA would start at a delayed date.
Yeah, I started fooling around with the COLA estimate, and this is kind of where we were running out of time. So right now, we're looking at a COLA that's consistent with the future hires, so it's 1.5% future starting 3 years later. So what I did was make it start as a first stab to start it at age 55.
Okay.
And again, I caution you that we're doing these with estimates as opposed to doing a full projection valuation, in which case you probably wouldn't hear from me for another month. And surprisingly, the numbers are almost the same as they would have been with the final 60 months. And again, the bottom line is 26.61, and so the top line is 12.95 as opposed to the 12.96.
So the effect of both changes are reflected in your last number?
No, it's just the one. They're
Just
each
the one.
separate.
Okay.
so I'm not sure what you're saying here on the COLA piece.
I'm saying that the city contribution would be reduced 1.11%, an estimated 1.11% under the 7%.
That's on the 5-year, 2-year thing.
The 5 years was 1.10%,
Okay.
and the COLA is 1.11. So
I
the
got
combination of the two is somewhere a little bit over 2%.
Okay. All right.
Can I ask a couple questions, Aurora? What was in terms of the 5-year to the 2-year to the 5-year, what's the mechanism, what is the driving reason why that saves 1%?
It's for the younger employees, or the younger current employees. Most of their benefits are going to be based on 5-year pay instead of 2-year pay. We're assuming, or the police and fire actuary is assuming a 4% payroll growth.
Okay.
So if you think about it, you're averaging pays that are 3 years ago versus pays 1 year ago to calculate a benefit.
My understanding is there's a step plan in place right now where there's automatic increases in salaries. But my understanding is that the step plan caps out, I believe, at 18 years?
I don't know.
That's right.
Joey's going no. 17, okay.
So I'm wondering, it would seem to me that the effect of the step plan would not be so dramatic unless you had everybody retiring right at 20 years. If you had a 25-year person, then you wouldn't have any step increase. But are you assuming just based on salary increases, therefore, for the difference between the 2 and 5?
Yeah, I just have what the police and fire actuary has. He does his valuation. He just assumes an overall individual payroll increase of 4% per person.
Okay.
Yeah, so it will vary by person, obviously.
Okay, all right.
Other questions? Thank you, Ted.
So,
Yep. Do you have any questions, Kirsten?
I might in a few minutes. I
Yeah.
read it on my computer, but I want to see the full executive summary.
Right.
And we-
Carol, if we can get that, okay,
Thanks.
great. Good. All right, David?
so to recap, the current cost, when measured at 5.4% of the existing plan, is a benefit cost of 47% of pay. For new employees, the benefit cost, when measured at that, new employees, is 18.4%. So as we look to what we've been able to do with the current employees and try to come up with a fair but contribution, the current revised NPS was estimated to cost 31%, so 47 down to 31. And so the question for the task force would be, if we adopted these two modifications, which are the same as those that are contained within the new employee plan, it would bring 2.2% more estimated cost reduction?
My numbers, I think you just referenced the 5.4 results.
Right.
And the numbers I have now are just at the 7%. I have to do the calculations and extend them down to the 5.4.
Okay. And they could double at 5.4 versus what they were. So it may be 4%, 4.5%, probably, about right. And so it would move, at 4.5%, it would move the 31 down to the neighborhood of 26, 27, whereas new employees will be at 18. And so it's just a question of how far towards that continuum might be appropriate. I think could be discussed by the committee, but the report recommends that there's a lot of good reasons to think about not trying to take the full step, especially given that we hope that this will be a plan that would be embraced by everyone without, tremendous controversy, but that's yet to be seen.
And that's the issue, whether or not, given our legal constraint and the ability to negotiate something. Remember, on these are recommendations to the city as a bargaining
Right.
position, because we can't reach a separate agreement.
And one thing that may provide
Yeah.
clarity for the task force is if you're looking at 2.2 as a component of 14, is that accurate? It is that the right calculation? So as a percentage of cost to the city, what are we looking at? 7%, which would equate on a $150 million payment each year, $10.5 million in savings. Whether the calculations are right enough or not, if we could do them so the task force understands the material impact, because I think we're getting lost in some of the numbers unless.
Yep.
No, we are. Can I want to clarify one thing, and I apologize to everyone for being late. My understanding is that the first change would result in a savings of 1.10%, and the second change would result in a savings of 1.11%. So
That's
if you,
right.
so if we recommended both, that would result in a savings of 2.2 or something
The
like
normal
that.
cost.
Right.
And then-
So where do you get the 4.5%?
Then the question is, when you measure normal cost, a cost is a function, the cost is reduced by whatever you think you're going to earn on the assets. And using 7% is what's assumed in those numbers. The task force has said, well, that's a 50-50, probability game. If we use the 5.4%, which has 75% of recognizing what our real costs are, at least not greater than that, then that's what gets you to almost a 150 to 200% increase in what those costs are. So the 2.2, when measured at 5.4, really has an impact on saving off of a bigger number, and that's how you get the 4.4. So 3.5 to 4.5% is probably where those two cumulative savings would have. So this, and actually we have the old sheets. We could hand those out to everybody. That might help with the visually sort of understanding this too. But it is when measured at 5.4, the old costs were 47, and new employees are being moved to a benefit structure of 18%, which is 14% for the city and 4% as a chapter funds. And so the current employees, we've made some modifications to, primarily the reduction of the COLA from 3% to 1.5%, and that's what drives getting the old 47% number down to about 31%. And then the question is, if we took another 4% out that, we'd be down to 27, relative to 18 for new employees.
Right, but when you take the 4% down, that's the same as the 2.2%?
Yeah.
Okay. Everyone else understands how you get from 2.2 to 4%?
Because
Because
you're
if
going-
you do, I'll stop.
Yeah.
So the difference is the 2.2 is at a 50% confidence with a 7% return versus a 75% confidence at 4.4.
Okay.
And for clarification, David, can you tell us what
Speaking
percentage
to
is 4.4 of the, what percentage is that 4.4 of the total payment by the city? Which, because we're taking a percentage of payroll and then we're looking at components of that.
It goes, the payment by the city, with or without premium tax.
So let's just say the full ARC payment by the city as of today.
As proposed by the task force, the city's current cost is 27% of payroll. That's saying that chapter funds will be there to reduce the city's burden, employee contributions will be there to reduce the city's burden, and current employees would have a 27% cost. Of that 27%, we would reduce that number to 23, 22 and a half if we were to make these changes as an estimate from what Robert has said.
And so 4.4 divided by 27 is?
About 16%.
So
16, 17.
So 16% of the 150 million would be saved today.
So another haircut of 16% off what's otherwise on the table.
Well, and it wouldn't be on the whole 150 million, it would be on the current cost, not on the unfunded.
The city's cost.
But this, not on the unfunded,
On the normal-
UALL
on the normal
contribution,
cost.
but on the normal
Right.
cost. Okay. So a dollar figure would help us understand if we're making a meaningful
So
impact.
16% of, what was the normal cost, $40 million? So that's roughly $6 million.
Just to put it in dollar
Right.
terms that
It's a $6 million a year savings.
So, David, tell us how we save $6 million in kind of lay language. How do we save $6 million bucks?
The COLA would start at a later date, so there'd be a savings of absolute COLA dollars. The average of the 5 years versus 2 years would be a reduction effectively of the base against the final salary. So it's the final salary isn't where the last 24 months ended up, it's where the last 5 years ended up, and a 30-year.
And you assume that would be a lower salary, because it's 5 years, but going back, right?
Yeah, because there's
Right.
there's an expected increase in salary of 3.5% a year or so, or 3% or 2.5%, whatever
Yep.
Robert's using there. So.
1% on payrolls up, so 1% is worth about $1.4 million based on current payroll, I believe.
And remind me how far out the COLA begins after retirement, how many years of service, and what age?
Today, existing employees can retire with 20 years of service, and then COLA begins immediately or
I think
3
it
years?
begins
3 years?
immediately, doesn't it?
For current employees, essentially begins immediately.
Yeah, that's
Immediately.
right.
New employees would work 30 years for full retirement, 25 for reduced retirement, and the COLA would begin 3 years.
3 years out.
After that.
Right.
So if you look at a new employee, starts at age 22, works 30 years, that's 52, and then COLA starts at 55. And so that's what the parallel treatment was, is to adopt that same kind of a general expectation for existing employees.
Can I correct, we've been talking here, I've been trying to do a calculation on the 5.4, and I'm not getting the 3 to 4%. I'm getting closer to 2%. You've got to take it with a grain of salt that I'm doing it standing here.
Right.
Okay?
Ted?
Can I ask a question on the 55 COLA? I just don't, I'm just trying to think in my mind of how many employees actually retire much before the age of 55, and I would think it'd be a very few employees who so I'm wondering why there would be such a great savings.
Remember, they may not be retiring in traditional sense where they're going off into the sunset. They're going into drop, and they are getting COLAs and drop.
And that is lower, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, again, the police and fire actuary, when he did his experience study, I believe he said the average uniform employee goes into drop. You know, they go at different times, but on average, it was about 23 years of service, I believe.
And what was the average starting age?
Somewhere around between 23 and 26.
So you'd have average somewhere around 46.
48 to 49 is what I
Yeah.
remember.
48, 49.
Yeah.
Right. So that's 7 years, 6 to 7 years.
Yeah.
So the question for us, well, I don't want to rush it. Sherry, you want to?
Well, I just want to make sure that we're being really clear about everything, because this change, 5 years, COLA 3 years out, 30 years of service for full benefit, is on top of employees contributing more to this pension system, from 7% to eventually 10, right?
Right. That's right.
And I also just wanted to place, in addition to that, is that when we talk about changes to pension benefits and design with respect to new employees, I think that those new employees have less at stake. When we're talking about changes to current employees, my concern is that many of these people take these positions knowing they're going to get less on the front end because they're going to get more in their retirement, and they plan their retirements accordingly. They plan their retirements based on the age they're going to be when they're going to retire, and they know down to the nickel what they're going to make each
Existing
year of their...
employees have already done that.
Yes,
Right. Yeah.
these current employees. So if we're talking about making what may seem smaller changes to current employees, I submit that those aren't smaller changes. And when you're talking about people's retirement planning, I think it's a different context, especially given that there seems to be some discussion about whether it's really a 4.5% savings in the normal cost versus a 2% savings.
Yep. So Ted and then Charlie. Ted. Well, let's do Charlie first. He hasn't spoken yet. Charlie?
I think I followed most of that. The question I have is, if we're applying it to existing employees, how does that apply? And I know we say, as we should, that it doesn't change the existing accrued benefits.
Right.
And I can sort of get that in terms of some of this. What I'm struggling with is these two pieces, how it applies to existing employees. Let's say somebody right now is 50 years old.
Yeah. We had already decided that we would have a grace period of some period of time so that people wouldn't retire. What that number was, 5 or 10 years, I don't remember what that was.
Is that in the report?
That's not in the report, because this isn't, well, I don't think it's in your part of the report. No.
I mean, well, that's really sort of my question. I didn't hear us talking about, I was still confused as how does this apply, and how do we apply this to an existing employee? I think Kirsten's point is a good one, but if it's adequately considered, so if somebody has 5 years or 7 years on the first force, I'm much less concerned than somebody who has 27 years on the force, who really has basically served all the time and is just getting very close to that retirement, has a much more significant benefit.
We had talked about that, and my recollection was that it was either 7 or 10 years. I think it was 10 years that we would, so that anyone with less than 10 years till retirement, this wouldn't apply.
So I guess the question I have, though, is we're not changing, we cannot and should not change the accrued vested benefits.
You can't do it.
And so that's a calculation as of today, what that accrued vested benefit is.
That's right. Not today, but as of when it's implemented.
Well, assuming these changes are made, I understand.
Sure.
So do you apply that, I understand we talked about a 5-year delay, but do you then, for existing employees, would you take that accrued benefit and said for that piece of their benefits, they would get the existing 3% guaranteed COLA?
Correct. That's the decision in the Williams case.
So for somebody who is much further advanced in their career, let's say somebody very close, going to retire tomorrow.
Right. They're already protected. Right.
There really is no change.
That's correct.
So, I mean, is that automatically considered, or is the 5 years And I'm trying to figure out how
That's a
those
good
two
question.
things play. I'm not sure I understand that part
Well,
yet.
we can't, is Jim Lynn here? Was he coming? I don't, he and I talked about it. In the Williams case, which is cited in the report, says you cannot, that everything is earned for work performed up until the time you make the change. So that so for work between now and whenever this is implemented, it's still going to be the 3% COLA, and it'd be a bifurcated COLA is what it really is.
Okay, that's what
Right. You'll have two things, right. That's correct.
so we're not
And the
taking
same
away
with
the 3% COLA on the accrued vested benefits. So for
Correct.
that person who literally is going to retire in 6 months,
He's
there
not-
really is no change at all.
That's exactly
Whether we have
right.
the
That's a good
5 years
point.
or not.
Right. That's
There
a good
really is no change at all.
That's right. David?
Well, and just as I understand the salary changes, or proposed salary changes, first, when other states have been looking at this, or other states and cities, the way it's implemented is that, your current salary under the current averaging rules, 2 years in this case, you're going to get at least based on that. And then, if you continue to work, you're going to get the maximum of either your current salary under the 2-year averaging, or whatever you're going to get when you actually use time to retire. That being said, of all the different changes on, so all the different COLA pieces are really on prospective increases in benefits. The 5-year average salary one is, I think, of all the different proposals, the one's going to have the biggest impact on that, late career worker, because he or she is going to see, unless he or she retires basically immediately when this happens, if he or she keeps working for 3, 4, 5 more years.
On those, it's going to be the difference. Right.
He or she is going to see the benefits be reduced.
Okay. John?
Just one thing.
You're Robert.
It's really a function of the pay raises they get or do not get between today and whenever they finally retire. If the city is in a position where they're not giving any pay raises, the difference between 24 months and
Right.
60 months is almost
Nothing.
nil.
Right.
But if you get into a high inflation environment like we had in the early 80s, where you were giving probably pay raises 8 or 10%, there is a significant difference between final 24 and final 60.
Okay. John?
What we had discussed 2 meetings ago was the point of delineation. 50% of the workforce has 10 or more years' experience, and 50% has less than 10 years. What we discussed was those with 10 years or more of service would not have a change to their benefit calculation, although they would contribute more. But those with less than 10 years' service, we would propose having these benefit changes we're discussing, so we're not affecting the longer-term workers. And that was that point of delineation, and we were able to capture 50% of the workforce at that 10-year number, according to Robert.
Okay. Ted?
That's my question,
Yep.
and if not, we ought to look at that, and it should be memorialized in the plan.
Right.
We're looking at this applied to every current employee. So if
Okay.
you're going to eliminate or not have it apply to a certain group, the normal cost savings would probably be a little bit less.
Sure,
depending
you would think
how
that.
you define the group.
And I think it was reasonable to assume the impact on the workforce for those with greater than 10 years' experience would be much more dramatic because of shortening or extending the 2-year average pay to 5 years. All the other changes were
Right.
very impactful to them.
But not to the ones that had less than 10 years. Right.
Just more so to their vested
Right.
benefits.
Ted?
That was the discussion. I think what are we trying to do here? I think that in a big picture sense, we've got a benefit formula that's based upon the final years. In many retirement situations, of course, you build your retirement pool over the course of your career. It's a very unusual thing, I think, to have the final year be a driver of most calculations. But in a big picture sense, we got lots of pieces that are fitting together to create a mosaic, which really ends up being a cost, right? So in a certain sense, there was finding these two vehicles to use as a way for the broader purpose of saying, can we just move what is today a very high cost structure, a step closer to where we proposed as a fair structure going forward, recognizing that current employees won't be affected the same way new employees are. And to the point about the last 5 years and the last 10 years, there's a natural governor because if a person only has 3 years left, is only 3 out of 30 years worth of impact. And so it automatically is sort of self-limiting as to how significant it's going to be. But nevertheless, there is some, I think some prudence in saying that not the last 5 years or something, or last 10 years. But.
Okay. Ted?
Yeah, the concern I'd have is and that's interesting, because I don't think we'd get as much cost savings as we were talking about if we limited this to the only employees who currently have 10 years of experience. But one of my biggest concerns, and I was talking to the sheriff the other night about this, and I told him that these two issues were coming up, and I think we all, the COLA issues, certainly we're concerned about everyone getting a COLA, but one of the things the sheriff agreed with, and I was talking to him about, is he was very concerned about his ability to promote, and especially promote to appointed positions if you had the 5-year rather than the 2-year. Frankly, I'm not sure how wise it is to have the 5-year for the new employees either, but one of the real problems is you have a lot of promotions late in a career in the police department, in the sheriff's office, and you have a lot of people who go into the appointed ranks. But in truth, the difference between an appointed position, I know this is true in the fire department too, some of your appointed positions truthfully are a pay cut in terms of your base pay, because you're not getting your overtime. You're no longer eligible for overtime.
Yeah, but overtime isn't considered in these computations anyway.
But what I'm saying is to the individual employee, if I'm making X number of dollars and I make 5% more in an appointed position, if I'm making 5% more in an appointed position, but I'm not getting any of the overtime that I worked or any of the off-duty work, then my total bottom line goes down by taking an appointed position. And the differences are not that great for some of these appointed positions. And if you cut out, if you say this is based on your last 5 years rather than your last 2 years, then you're effectively you're creating a very great disincentive to taking an appointed position or taking a promotional position. And there are a very good number of persons who are promoted to the upper ranks, lieutenants' positions, assistant chiefs, chiefs in the sheriff's office, I know, and I believe in the fire department as well. And I wonder what we're doing, what you do to management's ability to effectively manage its employees by making this change.
Oh, let me see if I can pull this together, because we can talk about this, it seems, all afternoon, and we don't really have the final. So I think the best thing to do is to make a decision on the information that we have, taking all this into account, whether the difference is significant enough. And, it's $6 million roughly. That's significant. Or whether or not given, on the other side, that it may not affect existing employees as much as we think because of the application of the bifurcated way we have to do it. So I think we just need to make our best feeling about it and move on. John?
And if I could aid that proposal, if we're looking at bifurcating it, then it's a number lower than 6 million. Maybe it's, and Robert could tell us on an actuarial basis, if we're just making changes to employees with less than 10 years service, maybe it's 2 to 3 million a year savings.
Where did the 6 million come from again?
That was the 5.4% number.
Okay, so I think I'm saying, 1.5 to 2, so 2 of them, okay. Yeah, so if you eliminate everybody with more than 10 years of service, that's half the population, but from a normal cost point of view, they're probably weighted, the ones you're eliminating are probably weighted more than half, so.
Yep. So you're saying that there's maybe not as much influence as what?
Without just standing here, you might be eliminating half your savings.
Sherry?
Yeah. Question for both of you, really. So we are recommending that the city contribute $200 million year in, year out for 14 years. That $200 million figure, what do these other calculations have to do with that? Anything? Much at all?
Do they change? You mean, do they change it?
Yeah. Do these? If you go from 2 to 5 years, if you push the COLA out, what difference are we talking about in terms of the $200 million contribution the city has to make?
As I
year in,
understand
year
it,
out?
it'd be for the normal cost percentage part of that, because your normal costs would go, well, I guess the normal costs, it wouldn't.
Functionally, I think it would be about the same. Ideally, that the $1.7 billion unfunded liability would be decreased faster.
Yeah, so how much faster, how much difference does it make to the taxpayer? It seems like it makes a fairly significant difference to the retiree and the current employee. Yeah, okay, if it's necessary, but how much difference does it make in terms of the taxpayer? Much of anything?
And so based on the numbers we have, if we save $4 million a year for 20 years, you're looking at $80 million in savings over 20 years based on a $1.7 billion unfunded liability. And so the question is that worth the potential risk of jeopardizing
Exactly.
the workforce?
So what's your answer? Do you have the same answer he has?
If you're sticking to this, to the recommended 200 million a year, to get 80% funded approach, which I haven't heard any discussions going away from, unless you're going to you might shorten it by a year. So I'm not sure that there's enough savings there to do so, but unless you shorten it by a year and are paying 200 million for 13 years, unless you do that, you're not going to see any impact. You are going to have to fund, improve in health faster and have, costs in year 15 through year 30 go down a little.
You're also building in a margin, a bigger margin for adverse experience if we have bad years. Because remember, the 200 million, the recommendation is really the greater of 200 million or the city
Or the
ARC.
ARC, right.
I mean, according to Florida law, you have to leave
You have
it
to
in
do
the
that.
ARC.
Right.
To the extent that you lower the benefits, you're lowering the ARC. So if you have a bad year from the investment, again, mainly on the UAL, you have less of a chance that the ARC will go above the 200 million.
So let me see if we can pull this together. I think I'd like to get us to vote on this because we need to get through the report, assuming y'all don't want to keep coming back to meetings. We can do that if y'all want
Can
to
I
do
just
that.
make one more,
Yep.
just one more
Okay.
pitch on this? We undertook to evaluate the benefit structure and try to get it right? The Civic Council challenged us to try to move that cost structure down to something more in the range of what their view was of a regional range. The new employees gets right in the ballpark of the places that had been requested. We leave ourselves, the changes that we've made as a task force to existing employees arise solely out of the revised MSP, which was adjustment to COLA. We've considered no other changes. So these additional modifications are offered in the spirit of if we don't do anything else, we've left ourselves with a cost structure paid for either by the city or by taxpayers of 31% of payroll. Still a very elevated cost structure, I think. And so the only question is, should we been measured at 5.4%. So the only question is, should we do something more? And without getting in and disrupting things like accrual rates and other things, these were two areas that basically adopted conformity with other good practices, and that's where that recommendation comes from.
So let me try to state, this was David's motion, which I think we postponed, so it's still your motion, which I think was seconded, and the minutes will reflect that Carol, I'm sure, has got somewhere. In fact, Kirsten may have seconded for discussion to get it on the table, I think. But as I understand it, we're going to vote on the two together for existing employees with more than 10 years remaining, that the COLA would be minimum age 55.
It would begin the earlier of age 55 or 13 years
Or
following retirement.
or 13 years
So no case
retirement.
lower later than 55, right,
Okay, 13 years or 55.
which is the 20 years service goes to 30 years service plus 3 years, which is then consistent with the new employees, but not later than 55, which is a practical matter, is not going to affect.
Many people. And the other part of it is to change the 2-year final average salary to 5-year, keeping in mind that it's bifurcated in both cases. So are y'all ready? That's the motion, as I understand it.
You said it applies to people with more than 10 years. It's less than 10 years of service, right? I thought you said.
No, it's more. It's more.
For existing.
Oh, no,
employees.
yeah, the reduction applies to those with more than,
No, it's less than 10 years.
less than,
It is.
That's important.
well, wait a minute, because it's,
It would not affect, but only the youngest employees would be affected under your motion that you,
that's right,
right, only those with less than.
with less than 10 years. Okay, those that have got, right.
I want to make sure it was less, 'cause I thought you said more.
Well, wait a minute, because if I've got 8 years remaining service, it's no change.
Right.
So it's those with more than 10 years.
No, we're saying total of 10 years service already to the city or less, or under 10 years service to the city.
I thought it was 10 years remaining.
Anybody who has worked at the police or fire for 10 years or more does not have a benefit change.
Okay.
You're looking at it as though years remaining?
Yeah.
And you worded it as though how
Right.
many years of existing service versus remaining
Okay,
service?
so that I understand it, it's,
We can't determine remaining service, that's up to them.
all
We
right,
do
so,
know
all right, I get it.
service.
So this would apply to those with less than 10 years service to the city? Okay. All right, y'all help me when we write this. Okay, that's the motion, it's been seconded, let's vote on all in favor, say aye, or let's raise our hands so we can get it.
Voting for this versus what?
Or not, we're voting in favor of it.
You make a benefit reduction or you don't.
Right. All in favor of making the reduction, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in favor, and all against. 1, 2, 3. John, are you voting?
I'm voting against.
Against. And so that's 7 to 4. One extension is 13. And we've got 2 people missing, that's 15. 3 people missing, that's right, that's the maximum, okay. So that's 7 to 4 in favor of making the reduction. Okay, thank you. Okay, and David and I'll try to work the wording of that.
And then we'll need help filling in that one, which will now be 2 columns, one for less than, one for more than 10 years.
Okay.
You'll have to send me an email. Send it to us.
So what I'd like to do now is move to a page by page on the report. Just so y'all know, my secretary and I worked on this morning, and the report is going to end up looking something like this when we're all said and done. And the city will print it or copy it or whatever they do, but it'll have the report, it'll have the executive summary, it'll have the appendix, which consists of David's presentations, Jonathan's presentations, and the investment policy of the JPFPF. So that's what we do now. It may be best to take a break real quick, but before we do that, Mr. Keene asked me, this is the appropriate time to do it since we're going to be talking about the report, he wanted to address the commission. And John, if this would be an appropriate time to do that. Hey, Bill, we're glad you're here. We just voted 7 to 4 to reduce for employees with less than 10 years experience, the 2-year average to 5 years, and the COLA starting at 55. Okay, Mr. Keene, thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the Retirement Reform Task Force, we passed out a copy of a letter I have sent to all of you. We have a copy for Mayor Brown and Council President Gulliford. I want to report that we received a copy of your partial draft final report. We thank you for that courtesy. When formally adopted and published by the Retirement Task Force, we will undertake the process of an intensive review of your final recommendations and observations. At the outset, I wish to express my appreciation to you, Mr. Chairman, for your dedicated work as leader of this task force and for conducting the task force meetings in a collegial manner, always with a positive tone. This task force has been a model for fair consideration of differing opinions presented by the various parties and has acknowledged genuine disagreements without disagreeable atmosphere. While we have differences of opinion on various aspects of the draft report, we embrace the overarching goal of ensuring a secure retirement for the men and women who daily risk their lives to keep Jacksonville safe and developing the financing work which will honor the pension benefits promises made to those who have given a lifetime of service to this community. We applaud the members of the task force who have given considerable time from their busy lives during the last 9 months to serve and to give shape to the recommendations in the report. On behalf of the Board of Trustees of the Fund, our active and retired members and beneficiaries, we thank you for your service, as we know you appreciate the service that our membership has given and continues to give to all the residents of Jacksonville. In addition, I would like to thank Ms. Carol Wells from the Mayor's Office, who has effectively served the task force members and interested observers with outstanding administrative support, providing timely meeting reminders, minutes, and copies of documents and presentations. There will be disagreements with some of your recommendations and observations. There are others which will likely receive unanimous support. There are legal and philosophical differences and conclusions reached which some are likely to disagree, and others there will be no argument. At our earliest opportunity, we will present a detailed response from the Board of Trustees to the Mayor and the City Council. Today is not the day for exhaustive commentary on each of the many issues to be addressed in your very comprehensive report. What is not in dispute is that you have provided an orderly and detailed roadmap to guide the Mayor and the City Council and the Board for the next step of this process, taking the areas of agreement and quickly implementing them, and working through the areas where differences of opinion or approach may exist, and finding common ground. While not always easy, these many steps are necessary to reach the solution, this important issue for our members and the citizens we serve in our city. The Board welcomes the opportunity to conduct an in-depth public discussion on your recommendation. We look forward to meeting with city officials in appropriate form to bring life to the task force goal of a financially secure city with the type of retirement plan which can attract and retain the quality personnel in law enforcement and fire rescue services that Jacksonville citizens deserve. Again, thank each of you for your service, and we offer our best wishes to each and every member of the task force. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. That's very generous. Thank you. The mayor has been, I know, at a previous engagement, and he would like to address us, and then we'll break after that. So, welcome, Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for allowing me to say a few words. I want to basically come and thank you and the task force for your hard work and commitment and dedication on this big issue. This has been a lot of hard work, a lot of hours that you put into this task force, and I appreciate it. really, Mr. Chairman, and to the task force, words cannot express my deep appreciation on how much I appreciate your unwavering commitment to solve a problem that you did not create, that I didn't create, but inherit this problem. It's been a problem for many years, but I, as mayor of the city, made a commitment to lead with conviction and commitment to solve this problem with this task force. It's not an easy problem, but it's one that's solvable. So I commend you, Mr. Chairman, and the task force for your vision, for your ability to keep a focus on what's at hand. And that is, it's more than about numbers. It's more than about just talking about a plan. It's about the future of our city. It's about the hope and dreams and aspiration of the next generation of young people who dare to call Jacksonville their home. It's about that grandmother who's raising her grandkid and watching what's going on to make sure that her granddaughter or grandson can really live out the true meaning of what it is to live in a livable community. It's about that small business owner who's working hard every day, making sure that they put food on the table, expand and create opportunity for themselves and their employees. It really is about the quality of life. It's about that teacher who works hard every day and show up in the classroom trying to educate the next generation of young people so they can reach their God-given potential. Many of us in this room know the challenges we face, but there are tremendous opportunities. The future is bright because of your leadership in this task force. I think as a community, we have a tremendous opportunity to once and for all solve this problem that has been in front of us for a very long time. You know, if it was easy, it would have been taken care of. But it wasn't. And so it takes all of us working together to solve this problem. And I believe retirement reform is the issue. And that's why we stepped up to the plate to provide the leadership. And that's why you're serving. At the end of the day, you're going to come up with some recommendations. And I'm going to seriously consider those recommendations. And I know, without a shadow of a doubt, we're going to really come to an agreement and solve this problem with all the stakeholders. I think, as I think about this great city, the opportunity it afforded me to get a good education, to move up in the public and private sector, to live the American dream, to be the mayor of this city. No one thought I could be the mayor, only but God and a few other people. But I'm here. And I'm here for one premise, and that is if you work hard and play by the rules, if you keep the faith, if you stay true to yourself, and you become that person that can be a bridge builder in the 21st century, that would unite a community to solve a problem that impacts everyone. I said I want to be the mayor for everyone in this city. That, to me, is a true test of a person who has the ability to reach out to all stakeholders in this community. When I look at this task force, we got Gwen Yates, a former city council member. We have many business leaders like Bill Rubb, Carl Cannon, and Charlie Appleby. We have a council member who works for Everbank, who's in finance. We have Sherry McGill, who's from the foundation. And we have the dean of this city, who's raised more money than anybody in this city, and that's Bob Surecliffe, raised more money for all kinds of opportunities to invest for the not-for-profit community. Over $100 million. And that's a lot of commitment. And so as I see it, I want to make sure that our men and women who serve to protect us, have that same opportunity, that their kids and their grandkids would have the same opportunity that you have and I have. They're on the front line every day to protect us. First responders, working hard every day. I want city employees to have a great opportunity to make sure that their kids have a better opportunity. So, Mr. Chairman, again, I want to thank you for your commitment. I want to thank the task force for all your hard work. And I want to thank you, one other point I want to make, for keeping it really focused and not get into the silly season. That to be true. Mr. Mallett, who was here from Atlanta, former chairman and CEO of the Atlanta Constitution, reminded us when he presented to us that this is not an issue that a mayor takes on in his first term. That this is a tough issue, and most mayors, all of them, walk away from this issue. And he described what Kasim Reed went through trying to get this done. Most mayors don't do. So I want to remind you that this is not new. It's new for us because we're here. But no other mayor in the history of our city has ever stepped up to the plate to address a challenge like this in their first term. No other mayor. No other mayor has raised taxes in their first term. No other mayor. So I'm committed to doing what's right for Jacksonville. And the people are depending on us to do what is right. So thank you for this opportunity. I look forward to receiving your report. I will personally give it some careful consideration, but I am convinced that at the end of the day, we'll be able to come up with a recommendation to the council by working with fire and police and all the other stakeholders to get it done. Thank you so much for this time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And after that inspiration and with Mr. Keene's generosity, we're going to have a special celebration now. They're going to come together and shake hands, and we've reached a deal, and we're going to sing Kumbaya.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's what we're going to do.
Okay. Thank you, John and Mayor Brown. Let's adjourn for 10 minutes. And we really do have to focus, unless y'all want to keep meeting till June. We're going to get through this report. Thank you.
Right. Cool. That's where it, that's the church is right there. The highlight tool is what I was looking for. I was trying for this, but that's the insert text.
Okay, if y'all will get the full report out, I think we ought to start with that because it drives the executive summary.
Okay.
And there have been some suggestions that I've received email-wise from Chris and from Jim Lynn. And I think John Wilbanks sent something to Carol that I ended up with. And the idea is that we're going to go through page by page, and nothing is too small. I mean, if there's a comma or something, we can argue about whether even a comma should be there. But let's don't do that. But we really need to get through it. And as I said, I've already gotten some. I've got a new draft started, which I've not circulated, which takes into account some of that just to save some time. And I'll point those out when we get there. Before we do that, I'm reminded we need to thank James Croft, who is at the door, for all the technology and website and all of that. So let's give James a... All right, just starting with page 1 of the full report. Anything on that page?
Bill, could I just make a general overall recommendation?
Yep.
I think that we're not contextualizing the challenge for the reader. So some kind of prefatory or an inserted paragraph that basically explains the city's in a tough financial situation, including mentioning Fitch and Moody's, I don't think it has a sense of urgency. It's a set of technical recommendations that make sense to us, but I think that overarching, here's why this matters, John Q. Public, to the future of the city. I think the second part of that is, in our considered judgment, after all these meetings, we think the city has cut services enough. We said that unanimously. And so I just think the financial context for the city is missing, and the entire piece would benefit from that. And then my other general comment is kind of structure.
Let me just say something about that. I had been thinking that the first paragraph on the top of page 2 got to that, but you're right. And I had originally had a section head in this called Crisis for the City, but I didn't want to be too alarming. But I think that's a good suggestion, and we'll try to draft something that gets the urgency to go right at the front. I could do that, and then. But I think you're right to point out, to create for the regular reader, the sense of urgency that we've all felt. So, okay,
yeah,
good.
I think that would just help a lot.
Okay.
And then, Bill, and this is just a structural thing, as I read it, I thought, there's a lot of process information here, a lot of legal information which is necessary. But I'm wondering, as we structure the report, if it's recommendation, second part under that is rationale. Here's why we are saying this. And then the third piece of that is considerations, meaning here's the conversation we had, here's everything we looked at, so that it just structures it in a way that's easier for the reader to understand what's going on in the entire report. So literally recommendation, rationale for that recommendation, and then here's what we considered.
Let me respond to that too. That would be the JCCI sort of way to do it. I don't have time to do that. I mean, I thought that the recommendations were so conjoined that I just, and if somebody else wants to undertake that, that's fine with me, and I'm not being defensive.
That's why I say that in
I'm just unable to, I mean, this has taken hours and hours and hours. Yeah. So that's why the executive summary doesn't deal with any of the analytical parts. It really tries to limit it to the recommendations.
I think that might be a point where the target audience is.
Yeah. The target audience for these are really, that's what most people are going to read, and that's why that's simpler. But I felt like we needed to have all of the stuff in one document. So I'd like to beg your indulgence not to have to go back through and restructure it. Yeah, Kirsten and then Tad.
Sort of along the same line, so feel free to reject or accept. There's no pride in the suggester. I do think it's important, just in terms of moving the recommendation forward, that we make clear that, and I think we've done this because I've been trying to police it, that for every proposal that we considered as a task force, we considered 3 different impacts. Impacts on the cost to the city, impacts on the individual employees /
I'm right, it's on cost to, okay, cost to the city, cost to
the individual employee / retiree, and the impact to the workforce.
Okay, that's a good suggestion. Yep.
Well, and I might make a proposal that we can conclude our approving the report, but some of the committee members that may want to then translate it into those forms could follow up and meet to create something that's more accessible for the general public. And that could be after the conclusion of this committee, just to further make it more meaningful to the public. And I would be happy to participate in helping to draft that.
That's helpful, and I think David, Drain, and Jonathan would be happy to help us with that, because what eventually you would need to have, it seems to me, is some sort of PowerPoint sort of thing that would simplify it. And I can't do that, but I'm thinking that now. Some of us don't want to have the sunshine law go for, once we adjourn, we're adjourned.
I think we'd be done, and the sunshine wouldn't qualify.
Well, I think as long as, Cindy, if we did our report, and then we had a group that just wanted to make the messaging better, they have no authority other than their own.
Yeah, as private citizens, we can write whatever reports
Could we do
want,
that?
right?
Could they just get together without the?
Well, the paper could come, they could help us put it
Sure,
into
the paper
English.
could come, but
Carl, what do you think?
Carl's going to be the chair of the committee.
we're not going to blame Kyle for what the paper's doing now. But I still wouldn't advise it because people will say you're still working on an official task. You're unpaid volunteers. I wouldn't put yourself at the center of something, even though I'll successfully prevail, but it might be up at the first TCA. So just notice it and ask Carol to help you coordinate.
Okay, that's helpful. So that would mean y'all would have to notice it. And that's probably not too bad. It's worked pretty well so far. So, yep. Carl?
Once we deliver our report, and I think we are all eagerly looking forward to not being a committee anymore, right? So we deliver our report, and how is this committee disbanded? Who puts us out of business? Who does that? The mayor or you or?
The chairman does that.
That would be the mayor or mass resignation.
So when we finish our work here,
here's a factual scenario for people who think this way, okay, which is the opposite side. You have submitted a report. You now want to make changes to that report that you want the people to consider, and you are members of a task force, and several of you are making the changes. Number one, you're undermining, if there is no sunshine issue, the group of the task force as a whole, because there is an official report by the task force. So number two, if you're amending that first report, then you are acting officially in people's minds and their viewpoints. And so we're going to have to convince them that you're not really. If you want to point out things as a collegial group, not the task force, don't just submit your thoughts together as a group, not amendments to the report, not clarifications to the report, but just matters that you feel are important. That would be the best manner for you to meet. But any action taken on the task force is going to lead people to believe you're still convened, and I'm going to have to deal with it.
what I'm trying to get at is when does the official duty end?
Let me see if I can answer
and when
that.
does our private side, when can I sit and talk to Bill Shy about what we did? I mean, is that a year from now? Is that 5 years from now?
And don't mistake me with the people who don't understand the sunshine law, okay? Once you're done, once you accept it, the task force is on, the mayor disbands you, it's over. The question then comes out, if you appear to be acting as a task force, I can anticipate based on personal experience that someone's likely to attack you, and I'm likely going to have to defend it. And so I'm giving you a probability, maybe it won't happen, it shouldn't, but I need to advise you because, again, you're unpaid volunteers. And so if you're going to do it, don't do it as an amendment to a report that's been turned in because that's over. Do it separately, and I don't think you'll have a problem.
Here's what I think. And I don't think we'll wait for the mayor to disband us. I think the chairman will, because the mayor may never disband us. And I think that the chairman will disband us. And what I envision is we'll have another sort of celebratory meeting, where we'll present it to the mayor. I want to say the 20th, because that gives some time for an hour, and we do that. And then we're done. And then if a group of people want to work on the messaging part of it, they can do it, they can notice it. Then if they feel strongly about it, which they may, we could come back together as a task force and hear what they have to say and then do that. But we wouldn't be working on that. So as between those who are not working on it, we're over. That's the way I'd say it. So.
Right, so it would not be a group of people who say the task force wants to do something.
Right.
It would be individuals doing it. They wouldn't be modifying anything previously submitted.
That's right.
Right. That would be the best.
Does that help?
It seems to me that Ms. McGill and Kristen and these other comments about here, setting the background a little more that in a way that public can understand it and sell the need for reform, pretty much does what this task force is going to do. I think that when we present this report as amended by Sherry and Kristen, right, to get the colored a little in front so that the public can get the message of that executive study, I don't, we've worked hard on this, we've got this report, and I think we all like this report. Just with the comments we've had today, I don't really see coming back with a executive summary. I think it's done.
Yeah, I see it just as a messaging piece,
Well, I don't know
Yeah.
how true can the messaging piece be to 50 or...
Well, that's where I can call on David Drain and his ability to produce a PowerPoint that can help me. I don't, and maybe that's just me,
Well,
but
let me just say something, Bill. I think Bob's right. I think it would be good to have something more for public consumption in the report. And the reason I think that that's important is I've talked to a lot of very intelligent people who say over and over again the same things. Can't you just get police and firefighters to pay a little bit more to get this to go away? Can't you just change it to a 401k style and everything will go away? Just these, can't you just get them to make better investments and it'll go away? Simplistic kind of solutions. But those beliefs are held by some very intelligent people in our community. And I think that we need to have this messaging piece that a couple of people have discussed and then address those head on and say, these are some misconceptions in our community, and we have found that simply changing these pieces is not possible to resolve the whole problem. And I think that's because if we don't do that, then the only message that is coming back from this task force, and after every meeting, the only thing that gets in the media is how much taxes we're suggesting to raise.
Right.
And I think what we need to do is we need to explain this a little better to the public and explain to them this is not easy.
Okay.
Is that our charge, however? I mean, in other words, what is our charge to communicate to the public? What is it we've done here?
I think it's to get it passed.
Right. I think we need to do that.
It is?
Yeah.
I think so.
That's an important point. If
Yeah.
that's what it's to do, that's different than making recommendations to be made.
Well, I think we...
But the recommendations have to be in a
They have
context,
to be
and currently they're not.
I think y'all are quibbling now. I mean, we want to articulate it in an understandable fashion. Charlie?
To me, I think we're making this much more difficult than it needs to be. Number one, as a member of the task force, I want our official report to be published by the task force and not to be published after the task force ends by some other subgroup. They may write a little bit differently.
Right.
Now, having said that, to me, I have no doubt that the city council and the mayor, but the city council will ask you as chairman of this task force to come make a presentation.
That's already been done.
And so we have our official report, and with the assistance of whoever, you could come together and have a PowerPoint presentation that summarizes what we have here. But the official report needs to be the official report.
Right. And I think if we move this up, and I'm just trying to keep us from having another round of meetings. So let me just do it this way. If y'all have, I'm going to work on this. I think it's a great idea on the preface and your recommendations on laying out what we considered. I'm going to try to do that between now and the end of the weekend. And I'll try to get that to Carol and she can get it back. I'll try to get this out so that next week, I don't know, Cindy, can we have any sort of, how does that work? I mean, we could have, well, let me say this, we could have a meeting on the 19th to finalize it, which we'll notice, and then we could have the final meeting the next day after, because if we have this meeting again, I'm sure we're going to have some commas and stuff like that again. So let's have a meeting on the 19th that's not very long. By then, we'll have this all done, and then on the 20th, we'll have the, and the reason it's the 19th is I'm taking my grandchildren skiing next week, and I'm not going to be around. So, David?
In the spirit of what's been asked for, I think it may just be a matter of highlighting the points that are already made. Like on page 2, you go through and you say there's 5 things. The third paragraph of page 2 of the long report. a number of things went wrong. Here they are, lower investment returns than were assumed, investment decisions and policies, change in actuarial assumptions, increased benefits, changes in pay. So you've said, hey, we got it a problem. There's a lot of things that contributed to it, and it's a complicated problem. So I think if you would just, in your opening paragraph, to highlight some of those things so that, they're made transparent as opposed to buried a little bit.
Sure.
We don't need another.
You don't need another real draft. Right.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I think that what Sherry said, though, was the urgency and the importance of dealing with this now.
Right.
It really is a sense of urgency.
We can't keep kicking it down the road.
If I may caution the chair to, as you use the language, to avoid any of the language that might imply to the market that we're incapable of paying our debts or insolvent or anything like that. It's a fine line
Sure.
between changing our disclosures, because we can pay him, how we pay him is really
Sure.
what you're talking
We'll be
about.
careful of that.
Okay, thanks.
All right, that's good advice, and we'll try to get that done, and I'll move it around, send it back out to y'all, and you can send your comments to that to Carol. We'll have a meeting on the 19th, and the next day we'll be able to turn it over, okay? Bill?
One big picture comment, because
Yep.
14 of us can't blame, we're just going to get into it.
Right.
This is really well.
Amen.
Absolutely.
Thanks. Thank you. Great. Okay, let's go to page 2. Well, we got the sort of general comments, which is really page 1 and 2. And the tables go in. I asked David and Jonathan to put their tables and charts all in one place, and we have those. And I think they've been copied and have they been passed out? But we need to make sure those. I'll go through and make sure the charts are right. I think they are. We don't need to go through that today. But that, I think we did. Carol, did we copy those? So they're all here. Okay. Page 1, okay. Hold on, Greg. Okay. Page 1.
In the third paragraph, you say, at the sixth line down, workers' pension will have B, and Keish, of course, we've been.
Or just mark out half. Will be.
Where are you?
Yeah, I will take out that. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 line down.
Oh, will have been. Okay, got it. All right.
And down at the bottom, we have the numbers of 46 and the 108.
Yep.
I think that's supposed to add to 153. Somewhere else, we have a 153 number. So maybe just so people don't get confused. I think one of those has to change.
Okay, there was also an issue when Joey and I went over this Friday, I think it was. Some of the numbers in the back relate to the fact that the chapter funds are part of it, and that, well, it's right here, that it really adds up. The number we were considering was 148, but it was really 154 because in the city's operating budget, it didn't include the chapter funds.
Okay, so that, in fact, I had that changed.
Right.
So after the 148 million in the third from the bottom line?
Yeah, if you look in the actuarial report, it's 154.
Okay, well then, your 46 and 108 are correct as listed.
Right.
And you would say, and you could add, and 154 million included chapter funds.
Well, it says that way.
So-
The total.
Oh, you're right, it does, right, okay. It says which included the chapter funds, which were not included in the city's operating budget. So what confused me, because the arc that I saw in the
Excluding chapter funds was 148,
it says,
and 154 including chapter funds. And then that's-
right, that's right, okay. Right, okay, so, or a total of 154 is what you're really saying.
Right.
Okay, a total of 154, got it.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, next page, anything? Charlie?
Very minor. The second to last paragraph, third line up from the bottom, I think asymmetrically spelled wrong.
That's from Jonathan. Where is that?
Second paragraph from the bottom, third line up.
Asymmetrically.
Oh, it's asymmetrical. No, that's me. That's not Jonathan. That's the typist.
And also, on the last paragraph, fourth line up from the bottom, after UAAL, there shouldn't be a closed parentheses.
You're
there.
right. Okay. Man, you guys read this thing. Okay, next page.
Page 3?
Page 3. I had Chris pointed out that the Fraternal Order of Police and the Jacksonville Association of Firefighters were not parties to the litigation. but they were signatories of the mediated settlement agreement, so I'll make that change. Also, Times Union was defined earlier, so I'm taking out the Florida there. And David, anything?
I was just going to say, the very first partial sentence at the top of page 3,
Yep.
we reached as a conclusion that there was subpar investment performance. I think that goes a little bit beyond what we as a committee have addressed, and I suggest we take that out.
So how would you read?
I think you could
Just say an investment performance?
You could drop the whole sentence, last sentence, or you could drop after the word and just say subpar investment performance.
Well, we could state that Pew shared with us performance that was subpar in comparison to some other pension plans, which was the accurate statement. I believe we were, in the final analysis, when we got the quarters accurate, we were in the middle of the pack.
We were in the middle, right.
Jonathan
Right.
can.
Right.
Right, and if you look, if you go on the city's website and you look at the end of 2013, in fact, almost across every time frame, they have beaten their benchmark, and they're in the middle of the pack with respect to all public funds. So how much we want to hammer that, I think, is
And it will change every quarter.
So what if we said that critics of the JPFP observed that the investment performance was subpar, but the task force did not find that to be so?
A significant
problem.
I'm not sure we have any conclusion.
I would just not state anything.
All right, so we're going to take out the whole sentence? All right, I'm seeing a lot of heads. Okay, so the sentence is coming out. Whole sentence is coming out. So all that about the active versus, nobody wants that in there.
We could make the statement that it was observed by MAVA and Pew that at the time that they presented to us, that passive investments would have been more effective than active.
Are y'all happy with that? Yes, Greg.
Well, I want to hear if they agree with that.
Yeah, David or Jonathan, do you agree with that?
I think you guys are on the right track. I think it's fine to take out specific statements about investment performance. If you do want to leave something in about investment performance, you can always just point out that investment performance was below the assumed rate of return and leave it at that. And that certainly was a contributing factor.
I think we already say that.
Yeah. That's the mitigating issue.
Well, but that was only for certain years. Like for this year, it was above the assumed rate of return.
But part of the reason why the UAL built up in past years was because the investment returns missed the
Right,
assumed.
and we already say that in another place.
So then your 10-year average as of the end of last year is still below the new assumed rate.
7%.
So it's really irrelevant in terms of the investment performance relative. It's irrelevant as to the investment performance relative to other plans that the UAL built up. And that's why I'm comfortable taking it out, since in certain horizons we realized that the PFP's performance was actually in the middle. Having said that, recall that a lot of this performance was not net of fees. And so I think the active versus passive is still somewhat relevant, but otherwise I think taking it out is
All
fine.
right, you want to leave in the active versus passive? Or take it all out?
So just the last part of that sentence.
I mean, wasn't the impact of the active versus passive is that they incurred higher management fees?
That's right.
To me, that was the comment, is the active management really caused higher management fees, which did affect the overall performance.
It does. That affects your rate of return, right? It's an absolute drag. If you earn 8 but you pay 50, you're only
All
earning
right.
7.5.
Active management was higher fees leading to lower investment return. Okay. Happy with saying it that way?
Can you read it again? Because that was actually my question, too, because I remember thinking that the comment was that the fees were higher than other performances on a...
As I remember, 83 in
$6 million or
right.
something
Sure.
like that, yeah.
And that's what Tom, what's his name? Tom Madonix. He was going to find $6 million out of reduced investment fees. All right, well, I'll put a sentence in. Y'all, again, will get a chance to look at this. But that sentence will be reworked. Okay. Continuing on page 2. At the bottom of that page...
2 or 3?
3, I'm sorry. At the bottom of that page, I had a note that Chris had a question. Let me find out what that was. My perspective on the drafting of this is that while the mayor's office had been helpful before it did not seem appropriate to me that they participate in any of the drafting, which they did not. And they have responded, nor did the general counsel, that this was done by David and me, and with the help of David, Drain, and Jonathan. So this is our product. It's nobody else's product. That doesn't mean some of the information didn't come, but the drafting is ours. So Chris says at the bottom of page 3, he just wanted us to be more elaborate in what happened between the City Council Finance Committee and the procedural. I don't really think that we need to bog down into it being discharged and then voted, and then they just rejected it, and that sums it up. That's the way I felt about that. Okay? All right, moving on to page 4. Anything on page 4?
I have one comment.
Okay.
My company's Advanced Disposal Services, not Systems. You can take the ink out because that's not the actual formal legal name.
One idea I had here, Bill, is if everyone could just pass their business cards to you, and then you'll have clarity.
Well, that may not be right. Yeah, I wanted to go through this because it's not just
It's going to take a while.
David Bohr, Senior Vice President, blah, blah, blah. It's does he want it David H. Bohr, whatever it is. So why don't y'all just write down and put a piece of paper. Some people like Bob Shercliffe. I mean, a lot of people like Bob Shercliffe. But whether he wants it to be Robert T. Shercliffe, if you'd let me know.
Sir Robert.
It's Sir Robert, that's right. Let me know before the end of week closing, either by passing me a card or writing it out, how you want your name on here, okay?
In our company, we've got it.
And your company, right. And, okay. And the college. Where is Yates? Florida State College, right. Yep. Sorry, I should have learned that last year when I was doing that work, but.
Well, for some of us, this is the nicest thing that's ever been said about it.
All right, on the bottom of page 4, I would like to add Carol Wells in here because she has provided a lot of support, and I omitted that. Actually, I added a paragraph that says this. This came just from my thinking about it. The task force also expresses its thanks to Mayor Alvin Brown and his staff, particularly Chief of Staff Chris Hand and Treasurer Joey Grivey. I've now learned how to spell his name, but not pronounce it. To City Council President William Gulliford, to the City's General Counsel Cindy Laquadera and her staff, including Special Counsel James Lynn, to John Keene, the Administrator of the JPFPF, to the Jacksonville Sheriff John Rutherford, and the Fire Chief Martin Centerfit, all of whom provided substantial assistance. To the task force, to Robert DeZubi of Millman, who presented actuarial analysis and commentary to the task force from the city. And finally, to the many citizens who attended the meetings and offered thoughtful feedback and recommendations during task force discussions. So, okay? All right. Oh, yeah. John's pointed out in the first paragraph, we could not meet privately to discuss. Okay. I was sure that David Bowerline was going to put that as a headline in the paper. Okay, moving on. Into page 5, into page 6.
15.
15. Where are you?
Page 15. I don't have anything but 15.
Okay, all right, page 6, page 7. I apologize. I felt like the context was important. If somebody's going, the city council has got to know we took all this seriously, and this is important. Page 8, page 9. First Kirsten, then Ted.
Well, I was just going to say 7, 8, we get into a lot of the, whether or not we can make changes to the board. I'm not sure that we need to be giving legal advice. A lot of this looks like we're giving legal advice as to whether or not the provisions of the charter can be changed or the ordinance code. And, I'm not sure about some of the conclusions here, especially with regard to the ability to change the composition of the board.
I would just say that's our recommendation that they do it. And
that's a different thing than saying that they can legally do it.
Well, we don't say that. We say that Jim, whoever the earlier General Counsel, Judge said one thing, then these other general counsels said another, Jim Harrison. But
Well,
we,
like, for instance, middle of page 8, as a deemed to comply plan, JPFPF is not bound by the pension board composition requirements
All
of
right.
chapters 175 and
where
85.
where are you, where are you?
Middle of page 8, the second paragraph.
Give me a specific thing.
The last sentence of the second paragraph.
We could say, okay, I could put in there Jim Lynn advised us. Okay. All right.
Yeah, and then previous to that,
I see that it's really a legal opinion, the last paragraph. If the board is a continuation of the past boards, then section so-and-so permits the city council to amend. Okay, I'll rework that into us not giving a legal opinion.
and then also on page 8, the next to last paragraph. Well, that recites section 3.01, I think there is. And then the beginning of page 9, we're saying that the opinion ignores the fact the legislature also enacted the provisions. I mean, I think that's fairly argumentative. It sounds like a legal opinion. I mean, it's a very creative opinion, I'm sure, but frankly, I don't think it's valid. And I don't want to suggest that that's the opinion of the task force, because it's not my opinion.
Okay, so I'll rework that and maybe get with Cindy and do that a little better.
Okay.
It's certainly the general counsel's opinion, right, Cindy? Right. I can say that. Yes.
Yep. Thank you for bringing that out. I also was a little confused, and what I was looking for, since we are charged with making recommendations, this is something that clearly needs to be clarified. And I don't know if the committee
That's a great idea.
has a way of recommending clarity here. For example, a binding opinion by the general counsel might just do that. I don't know. But if it would, maybe we make a recommendation that we provide clarity here. It certainly would be helpful.
That's a great suggestion. So we could add to the governance section a recommendation. Do y'all agree with that? I think that's a good idea. Okay. And because we could say in here, because of the uncertainties created by different legal opinions, blah, 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 blah. Okay.
Well, frankly, because of the uncertainties regarding various legal opinions, I think it'd be in everybody's interest if there could be an agreement on these things with the police and fire pension.
I'm sure that's going to be, that's part of that kumbaya that we're going to have. All right, but we'll work that. That's a very good, that's a helpful thing, because that's really what needs to happen, is we need to get a binding opinion, and then we'll have the argument of whether or not the board is subject to the binding opinion, but that's not our business. They can fight that out.
Shouldn't we
Right, John?
vote on that? If that's a recommendation, we should probably have it.
Yep, okay, even though you haven't seen the specific wording, but you will.
Right.
The substance of that, is that a motion that you're making?
That'd be a motion.
Is there a second?
What is the motion? I don't know.
To move, to modify this discussion to talk about in the different legal opinions and the confusion around it, and then having a recommendation added to the governance piece that we recommend that that this be clarified, and that the use of the asking the general counsel might be a way to do that, to have the general counsel issue a binding opinion. That's the way I heard that.
Yes.
Well, let me just.
Well, what we're discussing, is there a second? Did somebody second it? Okay. All right, yep, now.
Frankly, when you're dealing with, general counsel can make binding legal opinions with regard to entities of the city government and between entities of the city government. When it comes to making binding legal opinions, I mean, it's not binding on an outside person who may intend to litigate this.
Well, it is binding on independent boards and agencies, and the charter says that the JPFPF is an independent board and agency, defined as such. So if they want to litigate that, they're certainly entitled to it, because this charter says that her opinion is good unless it's reversed by the Attorney General as to matters of state law, which most of this is, or by a circuit judge. But otherwise, it's binding. And they are stated in the charter to be an independent board or agency. So, y'all are hearing legal argument here. Right. Okay. All right. So all in favor of that motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
That's two abstentions being, two noes being Ted and Kirsten. Everybody else votes for it. Okay, those are very helpful suggestions in the chair's opinion. Okay, moving on, page 9. Kirsten?
I thought the discussion was helpful, especially the inclusion of the context from the former counsel, Mr. Harrison. I don't know that the recommendation in the more fleshed out document is as clear as the recommendation in the executive summary. I had a recommendation for a change in the executive summary.
Okay.
Which is that while the charter gives the fund the authority to employ separate counsel, the fund will ordinarily use the Office of General Counsel of the city for matters over which there is no potential conflict between the city and the fund. And I would ask that that recommendation be made more clear in the plan document.
How do y'all, let's take that as a motion, because that would affect both documents, and that is different. Would you state that again?
Sure.
That would go.
I'm looking at the executive summary under item number 3, under the use of the Office of General Counsel. And the third line into paragraph 3 where it says for its legal needs, I would propose to substitute instead of for its legal needs with for matters over which there is no potential conflict between the city and the fund.
Okay, is there a second to that? All right, so let's keep it in the on page. Let's go to the main report because it says the same thing, because the main report will drive the executive. This is on page 23.
23.
Let me get to it. It's on page, let's make sure I get the right one. It's recommendation 3 of the related to the Office of General Counsel. In the first sentence of that, what Kirsten is saying at the very end of that sentence, for its legal needs, for matters over which there is no potential for no potential conflict.
We debated this.
Well, let's get a second on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll say second for
Second.
discussion.
All right. Let me just respond to that. That's precisely why we want to put it this way, because we want to say that her opinion is binding. And if they have a disagreement with them, they can use the resolution process that's in the charter. And that's why I drafted that, and I thought that's the way we agreed on it. And this is watered down from where we were originally.
I remember when the funds attorney came up and we had a pretty in-depth discussion about that. He seemed to take the position that it would be inappropriate to have the fund agree to bind itself to letting the Office of General Counsel be the final authority on matters, especially matters over which there's a conflict. I wholeheartedly agree with that. I mean, if I'm in the minority vote, that's fine, but I want to be very clearly on record that I think that is a very bad idea.
Okay, good. Others? Ready to vote? Greg?
I want to, so I'm a banker, I'm not an attorney, that's my disclosure. I want to make sure I understand the nuance of that, because that was a very nuance, I think is what you're saying. So when I read it, all I wanted to say was, if we know we're going to have a problem, let's use somebody else. That's all it really needs to say. So the language would be, instead of potential conflict, any conflict. Sure. And does that make, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and all I'm saying is that anything is a potential conflict. And so the whole point of the charter was that, well, I know Bob and John might disagree, but it says in the charter that the JPFPF is an independent border agency. And then in the powers of the General Counsel section, it says that the General Counsel's opinion are binding upon all the agencies and boards of the city. Now, if they think there's a conflict and they don't think the law is right, let's say Cindy I don't know what we could use as an example, but they could file a request with the Attorney General. When Cindy and I talked about this, it's mostly matters of state law, that it's wrong, that her opinion is wrong. And so the Attorney General would then rule. Am I getting that right, Cindy?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there were questions in state law, for example, when we have had present disagreements on public records and sunshine law, and I would issue an opinion. If they don't like the opinion, then they could ask, and we would go to the AG's office. And again, the structure to remind oneself of, when we talk about conflicts, parent corporations, subsidiaries, people only have the power the legislature granted them. They don't have the power to be suing the city back and forth. That's our position. So they disagree. We'll see if it ever comes to that in 40 years. Other than this federal case, we haven't been litigating.
The following sentences don't clarify that.
Well, yeah, that was to pick up if they, and they do, and Cindy agrees that they do need special help on pensions and that sort of thing. And it does encourage them to work together to work it out. But as the general, we don't want to have the exception drive the rule. The rule is the rule, and the exception would become an exception. So I'm saying too much. But
I just want, and I'm not a lawyer either, but I think what we wanted to do was to create a rebuttable presumption that you're going to use the city's council, right? And so we clearly changed and voted on the language to ordinarily use to provide for that.
Right.
That doesn't always happen, right?
Right.
And if that isn't going to be applied, there has to be a conversation first. Right. And that's the standard we intended as a group, I think.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, let me ask you a question. I don't want to muddy this up, but is there any way to, I guess the real question is I think they need to be able to hire outside counsel when there is true conflict. My concern is there were a great amount of litigation costs that were incurred by the police and fire pension.
Right.
And frankly, I've experienced some of that. I think some things were over-litigated, to tell you the truth.
Right.
I would think a better way to address it is to, at some point, have some kind of independent legal auditor come in and evaluate, are they appropriately spending money on legal work?
Well, that's down the road. And what John and I, we've had good discussions about this. And Bob's point is that this board has given in the charter, it also gives the power to this board to employ their counsel. So what does that mean? So there's a ambiguity. And so what we're saying is that this is the way it ought to be ordinarily. I forgot what I was going to say. John and I have talked about it, and it's gone. So anyway, I know Bob on the public records thing. I know what it was. John had said, were it not for the litigation, primarily by the newspaper, but that's where the attorney's fees have come from. There have been some public records requests. The one with the guy who, I forget his name, that Curtis Lee, that I don't know who's right or wrong, but if the board had taken a more pragmatic approach over a $300 thing, that's the kind of thing the general counsel's office would have done a lot cheaper and would have had a different philosophical approach to it than with the JPFPF. So that might, just having to go to Cindy or whoever the general counsel is, might mollify those fees. So that's the whole point of it. But John did say that but for this unique litigation, they don't really have any attorney's fees, which was nice to hear. So.
Well, and again, we probably need more legal experts in the discussion rather than Greg and I, but could you specify what would be the issues where they could hire their own counsel and just be clear about that, or no?
I would rather not do that.
I think that makes it very unwieldy and too complicated. I mean, attorneys know when they're conflicted, and there are very clear rules in our profession about conflicts. I think it would be fairly easy and benign to include language. If you look at paragraph 3 on page 23, the fund will consult with OGC should it find that the fund needs additional or separate counsel for specific purposes. including matters over which there may be a conflict.
Or how about could reasonably be a conflict?
Sure.
You know,
Well, that's essentially the same as what you're saying, so let's vote on that now.
Okay.
I think so all in favor of the amendment, which is to add at the end of the third sentence in section 3 on page 23, for matters over which there exists no potential conflict. All in favor of including that, say yes. Two, all opposed, is Greg voting yet?
Yeah.
Three are voting to,
Can you raise
Sure.
your hand?
raise your hands. If you're voting to include the,
Read it again, Bill.
all right, it would read, they would use the general counsel, blah, blah, for its legal needs for matters over which no potential conflict exists. All in favor of adding that, raise your hand. 1, 2,
Why does it have to say potential conflict?
because in the legal world, there's a potential conflict, but you might have a conflict waiver. So it needs to be potential. It doesn't need to be. So who decides whether there's a conflict is the point.
The attorney himself does, him or her.
Sometimes.
I mean,
Right.
that's what y'all do.
Yeah, we have an ethical obligation to determine whether there's a conflict.
The client ultimately determines whether there's a conflict. And the clients here are the JPFBF and the City of Jacksonville.
Well, the clients are the ones who create the conflict, but the attorneys
That's
are the
usually
ones
the
who
case.
recognize it.
Right. Okay, without belaboring it anymore, all in favor of including at the end of that, for matters over which no potential conflict exists? Raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All opposed to including it, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that fails 4 to 9. Thank you. That's a good discussion, and that doesn't mean that they're not legitimate perspectives, but
Mr. Chairman,
Anyway,
let me
yes.
just ask one question. On the report, because I think it's a good idea, if we can have a unanimous report, I think that helps our position.
Right.
And I want to have that. Is there a way to note, for instance, in the report somewhere, if there were dissenting votes to certain portions of the report?
if I can remember what they were.
Well, I think it states it in the report that the committee did not agree on
Yeah,
everything, but
it does say at the end that as a report of the whole, we were unanimous if we end up being that way. But that people did disagree on individual points. It does say that. Thank you. Okay, page 10. Page 11. I just thought it was helpful, just as a drafter, to include these constitutional and statutory rights, because that's part of why we can't go backwards, which, to Tad's point, people are saying, why don't you just change everything? And that was the ultimate business failure as opposed to legal failure, or legal failure for Tom's recommendations, because his money came from going back and eliminating the COLA going backwards. So, okay, page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Yep, yep.
And for explanation, maybe we start at the top of page 16. There was a discussion about what should be included in alternative investments and how do you
Yep.
think about real estate. And so the proposal across several changes would be that in paragraph A at the top of 16, we would define alternative investments to also include real estate, whether invested through a private equity or a commingled fund.
Private equity or commingled.
Right, so real estate is included in alternative investments. And then additionally, on page 15 in paragraph 11, that total alternative investments would be limited to 15%.
Okay, you can't, we'll change it down here because that's what the existing authority is. And then we're making recommendations on what.
Okay.
You see, that's what this is saying in one place, this is what their authority is.
As an end game, the objective would be to have a recommendation that real estate and private equity is no more than 15%. And,
all right, well, let's go over to page, just to put it in the right place. Let's go to page. That is the page. Page 15 and 16 is it. Okay. All right. So, see, this is where we say the city council is considering an amendment. For purpose of the proposed amendment, the following terms have the following meanings. And then, wait, let me find it. That's not the right place.
It's on page 28. I
Page
think.
28.
I think it is. The
That's
investment
where
authority
we're, because
reforms.
what this is saying on the earlier pages, that's what it
Okay.
is.
Okay, I apologize.
Okay, so now on page 28, let's go to number 4. Is it number 4?
28?
Page 4, number 4 on 28. My pages may be a little different since I've added some things.
What I was confused about here is you're authorizing the board itself to invest directly into derivatives?
Let's stay on one thing a minute. Let's make sure we get what David had to say. David, point us to where exactly you made that change.
Right, so I think in the vernacular of 28, this would be a new item to be added.
Well, let's go back to what you added before. You said equity. Oh, I see. Okay, so pick up from 15. I'm sorry to be so laborious.
So
Pick up from 15, modification of alternative investments. Okay?
yeah, so right now, 5B on 29 says the maximum exposure to investments and alternatives is limited to 5%. I think is worded there, it's meaning private equity.
Okay.
And I think there was a topic about whether real estate should be viewed as an alternative or not. So there's a little bit of a
Yeah, this says excluding real estate investments.
right.
I get the sense we didn't spend much time on this as a committee.
We talked
Or a
about it.
subcommittee.
Well, no. I think what we all did was those who had anything to offer, offered it.
Which is valuable in and of itself. I do think it raises additional questions, and I wonder how much we should be getting engaged in the investment purview of this.
You don't want to do that?
Well, we need to spend more time on it, I think.
Well, I think,
Right.
right.
But we're going to hamstring that committee. Well, and there's conflicts, you know, in 4 it says that the board can use derivatives, but in 5 it says it can't use leverage. Well, derivatives are leverage.
No, I have a presentation, if you want to walk through it,
All right. Yeah, that might be helpful, John. Let's let John make it, because I'd asked him to be prepared on this subject. So why don't you?
5 minutes?
Yep.
Does everybody have this?
I don't know whether we do it.
Got to pass it out.
We got a little.
Oh, here it is.
It's part of the
Okay.
package.
Oh, yeah, I've got it.
Asset equity allocation.
Yeah.
Asset allocation.
So real quick, by way of background, in general, real estate is determined and technically defined as an alternative asset. For whatever reason I'm not familiar with, it's not currently, but I don't think it's relevant for the purposes of this discussion. For the purposes, let's just stipulate that real estate is an alternative investment. So what I wanted to do then was just show the task force a little bit considering private equity, which I think is where the fund wants to go, and then thinking about how you might let the fund go in that direction and what the upside, downside, and risks are. And so I focused a little bit on private equity as a class in this presentation, some historical investment returns in private equity and also the fund, and then the feasibility of the PFPF investing in private equity, given its position, its financial position. The next slide.
Slides?
Two slides. That's just what I said. The next slide is just what private equity is, if anyone has any questions. The key takeaways here are that it's illiquid, right? You're locking up your assets for a vintage or a period of 10 years in most cases, which is one reason why it's an alternative. Another one is that it's not traded on the open market. It's risky. That's another characteristic of private equity. And it's expensive, right? The fees are what you know is 2 and 20, right? 2% management fees for anything you give the fund, for doing nothing, sitting on the capital. They can call on it whenever they want. And then 20% on profits, which is what's called carried interest. And finally, as a limited partner, as an investor, you have very little say over your funds. You can't demand a sale, you can't demand recall, so they're locked up for a while. That's the key takeaways here. This is just a slide, again, talking about historical returns. The fund has talked about wanting to get into private equity to improve its returns, and that it feels it's at a disadvantage given its asset allocation. And I presented these slides already, but this one shows that JRS and PFPF generally have equivalent asset classes, and yet PFPF seems to trail JRS a little bit. The next slide shows comparable target asset allocations among PFPF and some other funds that I thought were illustrative with respect to the exposure to alternatives. This one's hard to see, but if you take a look at the first block, that's PFPF. It's a total plan size of $1.3 billion rather, as of September 30th, 2013. I compared that to FRS, a $130 billion fund, which is the next block. I compared that to the New York State Common Retirement Fund, which according to Pew is one of the best performers, also a large fund, $161 billion almost, and then CalPERS, right, which is the mother lode. And what this shows on the bottom is the exposure to each and every alternative asset class. The second block, FRS, if you look, it's got overall 23% in alternative investments, and that includes 5% allocation to private equity, 11% to strategic, which is mostly hedge funds, let's say, 7% to real estate, and then 23% overall. The next block is New York State. That's the $161 billion best one of the better performing funds, public pension funds. That's got 10% in private equity, 8% in strategic, 9% in real estate, and 27% overall. It's actually 25%. I think that's a rounding error. And also some of strategic is not hedge funds or not alternatives, because I know that this New York State has a cap of 25% maximum in alternatives. And then finally, CalPERS, which also has a 25% target asset allocation for alternatives, 11% in real estate and 14% in private equity, and nothing in strategic, it seems. So currently, the first block is PFPF. It's got 15% overall in alternatives, and it's all real estate. That's pretty much all it could invest in terms of the alternative space right now. And that's a pretty big number for a fund that's, less than, more than, if you look at FRS, which is over 100 times greater, 15% is a pretty big number for a small fund to be in alternatives. But it's got nothing in private equity, and that's what I think the fund is interested in getting invested in. So thinking a little bit more about private equity and moving assets into that, this is a combination of a few slides I presented on private equity in the past. And it makes the point that FRS is 100 times bigger, over 100 times bigger than PFPF, and it gives out bites, it gives out mandates of $100 million each. And what that does is it really allows FRS access to the top performing funds. There's a huge spread among how private equity funds do. And the top 25th percentile, top 25% funds do much better than the aggregate, than the rest. And FRS has access to those funds. First of all, they've been investing with private equity funds for a long time, so they've got a track record and history with them, and they just give out sizes that the top-performing funds are interested in. Top-performing funds would not take smaller asset allocations. They wouldn't let PFP in with the small asset allocations that it could give out. So what PFPF would have to do is to award $5 or $10 million mandates across 10 or 20 funds, and there you're looking at either emerging funds, which are very risky because they have no track record, or you're looking at fund of funds, which are even more expensive than the 2 and 20, because you're paying the 2 and 20 plus fees on top of that to a fund of fund to get you into the 2 and 20s. The rest of these slides, the rest of the information in the slide just points out again that PFPF is paying a premium already for many of its investments. This next slide I think is also really important, and it's just to point out that private equity is risky. This is not a criticism of PFPF. This is a criticism of public pensions in general, and this is not a small public pension fund that ran into trouble here in the private equity or alternative asset space. This is a large one, Louisiana, with a pretty good track record and a good board. And they got burned on a private equity hedge fund deal. And I spent a lot of time talking with my boss, my chairman, Harry Wilson, who sits on the board of the PBGC, which is, for all intents and purposes, also a pension fund. They've got a fund and assets. And he complains that he spends most of his time beating back bad ideas that salespeople try to pitch to these public pension funds. I think we've seen it here, but not only here. I mean, we've seen it in Louisiana very recently. And we see it, the PBGC has a $30 billion fund, and they see it there. So there's no shortage of salespeople willing to pitch these alternative investments. The problem is public pensions generally don't have the proper resources to evaluate them really carefully. And that's true of, I would say, all small public pension funds, and I would probably say most of the large public pension funds. Having said that, FRS, turn the page here, they actually have a pretty good system. They've been doing it for a while. They've got a good track record. But I presented this slide previously. My point here is they've got a really strong track record of diligence. They've got a good layered system of scrutiny that they apply to new investments. And they've got a ramp-up of about 2 years. If you're a private equity fund and you want a mandate, you need 2 years into the system before they're even going to think about giving you a bite. The next few slides are just to point out what would have happened had the PFPF been in private equity at 5% and 7% over recent horizons in the past, right? Just the point has been made that PFPF would like to be in private equity. They think they would have done better. They would think they would have had comparable results to some other comparable funds. And what I did was I took an indice, a PE indice, private equity indice, and I layered it into the PFPF's results, taking away from their performance, taking away from domestic equities. And I just show that over the past 3 years, in fact, the PFPF would have done about 80 basis points worse had they been 5% in private equity. Over the past 5 years, they would have done about 90 basis points worse. And over the past 10 years, they would have done 30 basis points better, right? So it really matters on the horizon. This scenario 2 is basically the same scenario, but I just allotted 7% of their assets to private equity instead of 5. And then this one is I took 5% out of their real estate assets and I put it in private equity for the past 3 years and the past 5-year returns. And again, they would have done 70 bips worse over the past 3 years, and they would have done 60 bips worse over the past 5 years had they been out of real estate and in private equity. And my point here is if you look at the indices for private equity over the past 3, 5, and 10 years, PFPF is doing better than private equity indices. U.S. equities are certainly doing better. Of course, we just had a massive run-up, and real estate's doing better in the last 3 and 5 years because of the rebound of real estate. So PE is really not a cure-all. Then my conclusion is that, look, it's illiquid, it's expensive, it's risky, it's not a cure-all. JPFPF wouldn't have access to the top-performing funds, so it's going to be expensive. Like all small funds, they don't have great resources or a track record here yet. They currently are able to invest 20% of their assets in alternative investments in the form of real estate, with 15% as the recommended target, but they got a cap of 20. And that's a pretty big allocation for a fund this size. And I think in the end, at the high end, right, I think a reasonable capital alternatives might be 20% inclusive of real estate with 5% allotted to private equity. And that gives them a chance to kind of, dip their toes in the water, see if they're any good at it, get used to it. Returns, aren't going to be realized for a long time anyway. It's not going to help in the immediate future. There are some issues and risks, but they seem to want to do it. And so that would be my recommendation to task force think that they should be able to do it.
Questions? Comments?
Bill?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so I'm having a hard time following all these pages. Sounds like a re-articulation of what their investment authority is and how it's currently invested. The recommendation is that they be allowed to include private equity? Is that the simple recommendation? I don't understand why we have all this. We're not the investment consultants. This is an investment strategy, asset allocation. Why are we getting in this business in this report?
The source of the change would be, is there enough of a sense that we want to put the investment strategy on a shorter leash, right? So, and to the point about private equity, if you think about a continuum of risk and return, private equity is in the far right-hand corner. So.
Yeah, but now we're in the business of investing and writing the investment policy. I thought where we came out was we expect a return over time of 7%. We're basing the funding on the expectation that it'll be 5.4%. We want a return of 7%. They're already authorized to invest in anything that's deemed a legal investment under the law. I don't understand why we're getting deep into that business when we're also recommending an independent, well-educated, well-experienced investment board or committee. So I think we're really getting into the weeds of the investment strategy, and I'm asking the question, why do we want to do that in this report?
Because somebody brought it up, and now we need to talk about it, and we'll decide it one way or the other.
Oh, okay.
That's why.
But to address, if I may be an advocate, Sherry, sorry. The truth is you don't know how skilled the advisory committee will be, how much power they have. These are very complex investment options. There's no shortage of salespeople who have been in the past been able to burn public pension funds on them.
I think you just made my point. This group can't do that. And if we're making a recommendation to City Council that there be an independent board who does this for a business, then that should be their purview. Otherwise, why are we recommending that we create that superstructure?
Okay,
I think the doors also, aren't we making a recommendation to move to the requirements of FRS as in a relaxation of the policy available? And then what we're saying is, in the context of giving a broader mandate, are there further limitations we want to be cognizant of?
well, let's go to page 28, because what we're really doing is there's a bill before the city council to give them some additional authority. And so this is our ability to comment on that, because we said that we would comment on it to them. So there's a typographical error. We've suggested that since the charter contains a 20% limitation on real estate investments, the council legislation now doesn't have that. So to make sure that we're consistent, that the ordinance code is consistent with the charter, that's why that's there. They're also, in number 3, the council put in a section that they would be prohibited from investing in hedge funds. So I think I felt that we ought to have a definition of hedge funds, because the council doesn't have a definition of hedge funds. So that's why number 3. Then number 4 and number 5 are really additions, and that come from us, really from I don't know whether it came from the subcommittee or just from David, but that the use of derivatives should be restricted as stated, and then there ought to be additional restrictions in the first part, prohibited from using leverage. I think that did come from David. And then the maximum exposure to alternatives, I think that came from David or two. So that's where those came from. Yep. So, John?
Well, my concern is I think we make it clear that the fund cannot use hedge funds, but that in Section 3, but in Section 4, we make it clear that the fund can be a hedge fund and select derivatives. And then in Section 5, we go back and say we cannot use leverage, which is what derivatives are. So that, I think we're delving into an area which, if you look at the national MIFA, which is Uniform Prudent Management of Institutional Funds Act, they require that an expert help in drafting the investment policy, which is who they've hired to help draft an investment policy, which can be approved by City Council. But we're not a committee of experts on the investments, and I think we're really delving into an area here that's very dangerous. We haven't spent a lot of time on, and there is some federal mandates around this.
I'm going to take that as a motion to eliminate number 4 and 5.
Well, I think what I'm saying is I agree with Sherry.
I know you are.
And that getting into all of these investment recommendations is not anything we've spent a lot of time on with experts or ourselves.
Well, shouldn't we advise the city council that they need a definition of hedge fund?
But then that should be what we say in the report.
Okay. All right, so the first sentence of number 3 says that.
I think Investopedia can define hedge fund for them. I'm not sure that's our role.
All right. Charlie?
To me, I think we're getting into too much detail. When I look, starting on page 11, or actually on 12, where we detail everything the Florida statutes require. I'm not sure that's necessary, but are the Florida statutes that we're quoting here, is that the same Florida statutes that governs the ability of FRS to make its investments?
There's some additionals, but that would be fair to say. John and I went through this, and there were 3 sections that applied only to FRS, 3 or 4 sections, and this really came out of what the board is authorized to do. But some of it is FRS, but FRS has more power.
I mean, to me, though, the Florida statutes are probably broader than what we're trying to put here. And as Sherry indicated, we have recommended an investment board who are knowledgeable that I think we're trying to go into detail that, I mean, today we're basing it on results that are a certain period of time. That could change 5 years from now. I think we need to give them the full authority within the Florida statutes to allow them to do what they think they need to do.
Okay. Thank you. Chris?
Well, I just wanted to answer the question of why get involved in this at all. And this just may not be clear for the debate. Both at the end of last year's budget process, there was an amendment to the budget that would have changed the investment authority that was defeated largely on the grounds that the task force was doing its work and wanted to hear what its recommendations were. Councilman Schellenberg introduced a bill that would change the investment authority that's been deferred at the chairman's request, largely on the grounds that the task force is going to come back with some recommendations and they wanted to see how the whole process. So I wonder if this does need to be addressed in some manner to kind of help fulfill the, the grounds for deferral.
Right, and I think we could do that by commenting on their legislation in 1, 2, and 3. Now, whether we wanted to go beyond that, that's the question.
Sure, I just wanted to make sure
So-
people understood the council had deferred kind of based on an understanding there'd be some, this be addressed.
Okay. Just since, yeah, John?
One argument might be that the way that we're addressing that is by instituting a financial investment committee.
Let me just add, Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Okay.
that caps are the norm in public pension diligence and rules and regs. Public pensions have caps, in addition to discretion to work within those caps when it comes to alternatives and other asset allocations. So this is part of public pension governance. They currently have caps. They want to change them. So to change them is part of, I think, reform.
Okay, so I'm hearing that being support of eliminating this. Let me, and in fairness to the board, the statute, the statute is included because I had a hard time finding where their authority was, and it seemed to me that in one place there ought to be somebody that put down what their authority was. So that's why that's there. And John and I carefully went through this. So that's why that's there. Then in fairness to the board, the statute gives them a 25% limitation on real estate.
20.
They have 25, and they have well, maybe it's 20, is it?
20's in the charter.
20's in the charter, but they've self-limited themselves to 15%.
They've targeted 15%.
I think they've limited themselves in their investment policy.
They've targeted, which is not the same as limiting.
Well, okay. So the chair is here, seeing what I think is the body language. The chair is going to be interested in receiving a motion to eliminate from page 28, starting from the second sentence of number 3 through the end of that section.
Bill, I think the problem arises because we start with the premise that the task force supports the current investment authority, supports the recommendation to change the investment authority. And so I think the first question is, do we agree that irrespective of how broad, we're endorsing it?
Right.
And
Right.
I think what I'm offering as a view is that that authority is not appropriate. Now, we don't all as a committee, I think, feel like we've got a basis on which to have an opinion on that.
Mm-hmm.
And so it really gets to, should we be making any recommendation at all? I mean, to make it more liberal without an informed view of that, I think is also takes a point of view, right?
I think that's right.
All right, so should we say that the council should more thoroughly, I don't know what y'all want to say. Y'all help me find out what y'all want to say.
I guess and I have a much more limited perspective, but mine is that I don't know that we've spent a lot of time talking about their investment
not.
policy.
Right.
I also don't think we've spent a lot of time talking about what the resolution was that was proposed by City Council. I think we've talked about it cursorily, but sitting here now, I don't feel very informed about either of those two pieces of information. If we, as a body, if we want to make a recommendation, fair enough, but we need to be more informed.
And further, there are 2 members of the Board of Trustees that the City Council has appointed who have the ability to report back to City Council whether or not they feel comfortable representing the City Council in increasing the mandate for alternative investments on the fund. I don't know if they've heard from those trustees that they've appointed. Hopefully there's a good dialogue going on regularly.
Those were probably unanimous votes, were they not, John? Bobby? To seek that from the City Council?
Well, those are the folks they've appointed.
Right.
And the Investment Advisory Committee would be another support group for that. But we
Okay.
haven't spent the time to study that information.
So what do y'all want to say here? It seems to me that we at least ought to call to their attention that there's a conflict with what they're doing between the charter and the provision. That's number 2.
I mean, I think what we should do
Okay.
is we've already made a recommendation about the investment committee. And I think I don't mind what you have on page 11. I don't think it's necessary to replicate all the detail of the Florida statute. That, we have recommended setting up an investment committee that should be charged with the responsibility of developing an investment policy statement. And part of that is going to be the strategic allocation of the investments. And I don't think we've done,
All right.
we don't have the ability, we set it up for people that know what they're doing to do that, and we're not those people.
Is that a motion?
Mr. Chairman. So probably this is my fault. So Thank you for debating it. Ms. Schellenberg introduced a bill, and it has been deferred at my request pending this committee's review of that.
Right.
And I think you're right. I don't think we ever really got around to it. My view was we have some pretty talented people here and also available as resources that could now take an outside view of the policy. And so I was just hopeful that we would do that and that we would provide an opinion whether we think the bill has merit or needs to be changed. So I understand that we want to throw our hands up and say it's not our job, but the council's going to have to deal with it. And if y'all have an opinion, now's the time for you to tell me.
So let me just be clear. So the two paragraphs that say that City Council is considering an amendment to Section 121.101, and it goes on, that literally simply says any lawful investments, including, as long as there's, it includes alternative investments, but not hedge funds. That's basically his amendment? Is that basically what the Schellenberg amendment is?
That's word for word.
Yeah. Okay. So I think everything that goes between the introductory paragraphs that explain the investment authority of the fund, investment authority of JPFPF, which is simply the first three paragraphs that explain what it literally is according to statute. Skip all the intervening stuff. If we want to attach the investment policy as an attachment to the report, fine. If we think someone needs to read that, the public wants to know what that is, that's fine. Then we segue to beware, there's an amendment on the floor, and it calls for this. Now, are we going to take an opinion on his amendment or not? I mean, are we going to say, yeah, we agree they should be...
That's what we're saying.
And we're going to literally sit here and say, yep, based on this 2-minute understanding of private equity, we're going to say we agree with a councilman's proposal that private equity is okay and hedge funds aren't. I mean, why aren't hedge funds okay? We're not the group to sit here and argue that. I would say, yeah, invest in hedge funds. We do.
I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
And that motion would be that we put in the document that there are several, I'll say proposals, maybe it's legislation before City Council, regarding the strategic allocations of the investments of the JPFPF. And it's this body's recommendation that we have recommended a procedure to set up a qualified investment committee. And we recommend that no action be taken on that legislation, and you allow the investment committee to properly do its job and make those recommendations.
That's the first charge.
Second it.
Yes, John.
I'm just afraid that the investment committee, the way it's set up, won't have the authority to.
Well, that's speculative. We don't know. We're just.
Well, we do know. They don't have a vote. It's a board's vote, and they're just advisory. The board is ultimately going to vote on that.
But they're the fiduciaries, John. I mean, that's all. I appreciate that, but we can't speculate. I mean, hopefully they're going to be good people.
Well, so I have a question. I think in theory I really like Charlie's motion, but I do have some uncertainty about who is empowered to establish the investment policy for the fund.
The board.
The board.
Okay, so under our recommendation, the financial investment advisory group is going to make, they're going to establish or review and vet and establish a new investment policy.
They're going to make recommendations to the board to do that.
And then the board can vote whether to accept or reject.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, Cindy?
As the city council ultimately controls those factors, all right? So they've asked you for guidance, you had meetings, you had guidance, you have someone with expertise with some guidance. If you're not going to include it, then say we haven't reviewed this issue and at least address the concerns and say Pew Research has raised concerns on HED.
Okay.
But you're certainly in a far better position than the 19 councilmen who have 10,000 things on their plate to review the issue. So at least identify that Pew Research, who have some expertise, have identified this as an area of concern, and it's not as simple as FRS can do it, so we get to do it. just so that they have an issue focused. Then they'll have the debate and they'll ultimately decide. But I think the issue would help, kind of flagging it to ensure that it does get some time and some discussion with the fund up there discussing it and whoever the city feels appropriate.
So we could do that with Charlie's motion. We could then say these are some issues that, in considering it, our advice to the council is they consider these risks that have been presented to us by Pew. Is that in the spirit of your proposal?
I mean, to me, the authority under Florida statutes is what they have. And within the authority of the Florida statutes, we let this investment committee make its recommendation to the board. The board has a fiduciary responsibility to adopt what that's the intent of my
All right, that's the motion. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
All right, any further discussion?
Yeah, so there'd be two choices. One would be that we would recommend a movement from the status quo to adopt the provisions used by the state of Florida, right? The other approach.
No, that's
your, Charlie, that's your recommendation.
No, my understanding was the Florida statutes already apply to the PFP.
I thought we had a more restrictive policy than was allowed for FRS.
That's right.
Chairman.
Well, we have the authority that's set forth here, which I went through the statute with John and picked it out.
Right, but under your draft as it's written, I think there's a recommendation to make a change to the status quo that would be more liberal than exists today.
Only through the city council's thing, that's it.
Endorsing the city council's actions.
Yeah, there's
right?
no motion to move to what FRS has. John might be helpful to that. Would you explain?
If I could, Mr. Chairman, the FRS and the Police and Fire Pension Fund are not a complete fit. There are exceptions to that, and the City Council has a role in defining those aspects. The bill pending tees up the issue of whether all of the changes requested by the fund should be granted or not. Yeah. One area, the area spoken to by Pew Research, was the area in which the council sought more guidance. So it isn't FRS, the simple matter is that they cannot just do everything FRS does, not today.
Right.
And so that's the issue, is can they have these supplemental powers? One of those powers is still a disagreement between the fund, and either, if there's no recommendation on that, at least flag that there was some discussion and that there is an opinion from Pew Research.
Other discussion, Kirsten?
I want to be a little, I wonder, and if I am the only opinion on this, that's fine, but it seems that City Council may want us to address this in a more wholesome way than we have, and I think if we need to make a decision about whether we want to be responsive to that, and if we do, then I think we need to devote the time to that.
Okay. Other discussion on the motion. I'm not sure the motion has a second yet.
It did.
John, oh, that's right. Okay. Okay, so any further discussion, which is to...
Motion, please.
Charlie? It's essentially that our recommendation is that we respond to that by saying that we let the investment committee that we've suggested develop such investment policies and recommend to the board.
Well, I mean, I think I started out by saying that there's legislation pending before City Council regarding the investment authority of the JPFPF. This is a little bit broader than I stated before, but the Florida statutes provide investment authority to the JPFPF. Our governance recommendations will, if adopted, will establish an investment committee that advises the board on their investment strategy. And our recommendation is that legislation not be advanced until this investment committee is allowed to make its recommendations to the board on the investments. To be responsive to...
Recommendations to City Council as well, and trying to figure out how we respond to their needs as well. Could it be both? I think the investment committee makes recommendations to the trustees who then concur or not, and
they would advise.
The results are given to City Council, and City Council can vote. But a team of experts, professionals that are analyzing a lot.
I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
And just, sorry. Isn't city council, I forget, who is it who's making the recommendations for the financial investment? But who
No,
makes?
The investment committee goes to the board, and then the board goes to the
goes to
council.
the council.
Structure, that's how it works,
Right, that's right. Okay, I think I've got that.
'Cause, I mean,
Do I
I guess,
go-
looking at the recommendations or the report as it is now, there's, first there's the commentary on that current bill before city council, and task force will need to decide, does it want to continue, as it says right now in the report, it endorses it, does it want to stay neutral, does it want to say, actively hold off on it until the investment advisory
That's what
committees-
Charlie's motion
And,
is. Right. That's what Charlie-
those are, I think, the options.
Okay. The chair appreciates the help of both you and Jonathan in trying to make sure I get it right.
I think in the scope of things, if our task is dealing with the unfunded liability, this is a fly on an elephant. I don't think it's a major part of the issue.
Okay. Are y'all ready to vote on the motion?
One question
Yes.
on the motion?
Yes.
Which is the delay to the investment committee. And that therefore, we would, in the report, not make any endorsement of the motion before city council.
Correct. That's the
We're
way-
actually saying to not take, our recommendation is to not take action.
Not take action.
And I would take all the investment stuff out of our report. It just adds detail that serves to confuse.
So you don't think that we ought to put in the one, let's do this first. Let's do
Okay.
this first. Okay. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? There's one person that opposed. You can't vote on that. All right, so, and that includes that that we're recommending that they defer that until then.
Right.
Okay, now there's something that Kirsten just said that has, what did you say? Who said?
Well, my recommendation was, starting on page
Oh,
12, we
that's what it was.
take all this detail out.
And the only reason that that's there, we can leave it with this chart, with the statute providing it. But as I said, I had a difficult time because it went from one place to the next, and that's the
I'm
only
just
reason
suggesting
that's
that you keep in the several paragraphs on page 11 that
Yep.
describes the investment authority of the JPFPF.
Yep.
But then do not, that last sentence that says the applicable provisions are as follows, take out all
Take
the
all
as
that out.
follows, which is page 12, 13.
All right, and the reason I put that in there was that was the only single place that I could find it.
Well, you got it quoted here,
Should be
though.
an appendix.
It's a quote.
Yeah, it's the bottom of page 11, 12, 13,
Right.
14.
All the way over.
Top part of
It
16.
becomes a much more readable report.
So you want to put that in an appendix? Or
We'll
leave
put
it?
it in the appendix.
We'll put what the statute provides.
You can, an appendix is fine, but it makes it harder to read by getting bogged down in that, in
I
my
agree.
opinion.
Okay. Not that I matter. Okay, y'all, by common consent, y'all want to move that to the appendix? Okay. All right. Spoken like a true non-lawyer.
The key to clear communication, Bill, is brevity.
Somebody told me that they said that if you wanted me to agree to anything, it had to be on one sheet. And if it was on more than one sheet, it went on my decisions for Friday. If I got it on a Monday, it was going to be on Friday. But if it's on one sheet, I'd decided on Monday. So, okay, that's going to the appendix. So now let's go back to
15 is where we were.
15. Okay. And we're really at 16, and we're back to we're to the 30-year agreement section.
I think this is a pretty good description of what went on.
I do too.
Okay, Joey promised me the ordinance number, which I haven't gotten yet, but I'm assuming you're going to give me that. Somebody needs to give me the ordinance number, I'll fill that in.
And
Okay.
somebody's going to do that. You say insert the manner in which chapter funds are
Yeah.
currently used. Somebody is doing that on the bottom of page 16. That in bold print on the bottom, it says insert the manner in which chapter funds are currently used.
Yes, I
Describe in
need to
simple
do,
manner.
right, yes, that needs to come in.
Okay.
Right. Okay, over to page 18.
The only comment I have is that the last sentence of the first paragraph, it may be that the circuit court, and this is maybe quibbling, I said it's possible the circuit court may have been modified, or I don't know if that's
Yep,
stronger or weaker. I'm trying to make it weaker.
it's possible, sounds, agreement with it's possible?
Fine.
Okay,
I do have another question.
yes, sir.
Okay,
No, that's, we'll make that it's possible.
thank you. When I read all this, I thought it was an excellent recap, but I kind of was left waiting for some conclusion from this committee. And I wondered if there is a conclusion. I mean, do we have an opinion whether the 30-year agreement is valid or not.
I think
And-
that's a legal opinion.
Well, then what can this committee offer to provide a resolution to that?
But in the 2014 agreement, isn't that intended to do that? Isn't that the way we resolve the 30-year agreements, the 2014
In
agreement?
the recommendation piece of it.
That's my view on it. Maybe I'm wrong. That's the way I read that.
Does the 2014 agreement lock in the benefit structure for a period of years? Do we hamstring ourselves again?
No, what we said in that, if we go back over to
Until
page,
80% funded. Right.
it said.
It locks it into 80%, that's what I.
80%
Yeah.
funded.
Yeah, let me just get to that page.
And what if we never get there?
Hey,
Well, that's a pessimistic view. That's a pessimistic view.
crazy talk.
We're putting in $200 million a year. My God, we better get there.
All right, what it says is in the 2014 agreement shall be
Can you tell
restated.
us what page you're on?
Page 26, under number 9. The 2014 agreement shall be restated, continued agreements made therein as to the funding obligations of the city and employees in JPF as modified by the recommendation, blah, blah, blah. However, the governance recommendations and those related to investment authority, which will come out, shall be accomplished by amendment to the charter or ordinance code to the extent there's a conflict between the 30-year agreement and the recommendation control. Because of the circuit court decision, skipping down, unless it is reversed or modified, the 2014 agreement will not be concerned with the task force's recommendations concerning pension benefits for police and fire employees. So as to the pension benefits. Right. That's right. So, okay, so let's go back now to the page we were on, which was page 16, 17, 18.
Made a change in 18.
And the change on 18. On page 19, under the beginning paragraph, Chris had a point about that, and in the first bullet, please note that the former general counsel, Rick Mulaney, made it clear that the executive branch of government conducts negotiation and the city council reviews any agreements, so the action flows from the mayor's office to the JPFBF or the respective collective bargaining. So, Chris is gone, isn't he? I don't think that's the last sentence of the beginning paragraph under recommended, before the sentence right above where it says governance reforms.
Right.
I'm not sure that all that we're doing is we're saying what our recommendations are, how that gets implemented. So I don't think we need to make a change. Whatever way. Right. And it says the city should advance it. It doesn't say who in the city, and Chris is being protective of his turf, as he should. Okay. Cindy would say he has the legal turf.
Can you go back to that same paragraph? There's the four Roman items.
Where are you reading?
I'm in the same paragraph as you are. There's
Okay.
a little I.
Yep.
Right. And then the sentence following that says the first three areas of concern can be reformed by agreement of the city and the JPFPF upon action by the city council, the mayor, the board, and the board. I don't understand that.
What we've said all along is that actually, that's a mistake, because it's really, we've said all along that as to governance, investment authority, and the payments for reducing UAL, that's not collective bargaining, but pension design is. So I changed the order and forgot to change that. So change, okay. But that's the intent of that.
Right. But the Roman 1 or little I,
Yep.
2I, and 4.
Are the ones.
Well, those are not subject to agreement. Those are matters that can be enacted by the city council.
Well, no, what we're saying is, well, we would want the agreement of the JPFBF, otherwise they'd litigate it, saying that they have a different view of their governance. So that's why that's there. We're encouraging them to reach agreement on that.
Okay. So what was the change that you were suggesting?
Well, I'd move number 3 and make that number 4. And that's the only change.
Now, is the JPFPF the same as the Board of Trustees?
Yeah.
So we're, because it says we got an agreement of the JPFPF and the Board of Trustees at the same.
Oh, you're right. That's, okay, all right. Yep, okay. I'll just take that Board of Trustees out. Okay, all right, good. Okay, all right. Now we're on still 19, 20.
On page 20, the first full paragraph after insert Johnson's chart on page 19 and 20. I don't understand the when. The implementation of the board's investment policies, is it resulted in professional services if he's the when doesn't seem right there.
Oh, okay, yep. That probably should, the when should come out.
Right, that's what I thought.
Yeah, the implementation of the board's resulted in, okay.
The other really big changes in the next full paragraph,
Okay.
third line down, there should be an F after JPFP.
Okay. Anything else? 21.
Wait.
Yep.
Back on, sort of in the middle, underneath the insert Jonathan's chart. I guess the question that I had is you make a comment, the process being suggested by City Council leaves the mayor out and still leaves too much control in the police and fire pension fund. And I'm not sure that I understand how we support that. This is on page 20.
Okay, yeah, what he's saying is the penultimate sentence says the process being suggested by the city council, that's what their J bill, leaves mayors out and still leaves too much control in JPFBF. That's my drafting, and what that's intended, since the council's bill asks for the fifth trustee to be elected by the board from 3 names submitted by the city council, that still leaves too much power in the board, and it gives no power to the mayor. So I thought that what we said was that we wanted the mayor to be involved in this.
We did. You did. I just wanted to understand why you thought.
So we could rewrite that a little bit. Yep. Okay.
I think another way of saying it is to represent the mayor as a stakeholder in the success of the pension fund, the mayor's office ability to appoint a trustee. But then you run, yeah, but which mayor, right?
It's any mayor, right. That's what
So is
that's.
that going to turn over with every mayor?
Sure, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, so with that, by common consent, we'll make that change. Okay? All right, page 21. We might put a sentence in somewhere in the Financial Investment Advisory Committee to refer them to the City Council legislation, to ask them to make recommendations on that. Okay. All right. Mm-hmm. Yep.
And technically, the city council could ask to hear from the investment committee if there's a disagreement with the trustees. I don't see why
They
they
could,
report, but
sure.
I doubt that will happen very much.
Yep. Okay, page 22. Page 23, we've already had the conversation about number 3. Number 24.
I got a question, if I remember what my question is. On paragraph 6,
Okay.
the first sentence, the assumed annual actuarial rate of return will be 7% through the term of 2014 agreement defined below. Unless otherwise agreed by the city and the fund, what is the city and who is the city? Is this the council? Is it the mayor?
The city is the city, which presumably is the people who act for the city are the council and the mayor.
But typically, it's the mayor's office that comes to that agreement with the pension fund, and it's then validated by the state, so the city council doesn't get involved in the actuarial assumptions.
Is that Cindy? What's
The actuarial report, put aside the 7% agreement, will come from an actuary over at the Police and Fire Pension Fund. It will have a number in it, which, of course, if it were different from 7%, if it were a different assumption, you'd have to consider in funding. But it
Can
comes
you
over-
speak up? I can't hear you very well. Thanks.
The actuary does a real actuary report and asks for funding based on what the market's doing at the time. Okay, so that's Florida law. You can fund more than you're hoping to benefit, but you can't fund less than the actuary requires. When the actuarial report comes over to the city pursuant to the existing ordinance, then the city's actuary has a right to challenge it if it's unreasonable. Not for any other standard, it's a reasonableness standard. And if our actuary does challenge that, then the ordinance code requires a third reviewing actuary to break that impasse and to set the actuarial rate. That's how that works. The ordinance has been passed and approved by previous mayors. The council could change that ordinance, and then that would be an ordinance that would be subject to veto, from the mayor. That's how the process works. But presently, there have anticipated disagreements among actuaries. And we didn't, while we might choose a different number, we didn't find it unreasonable in the last actuarial report.
Well, as I recall the discussion on this, which we did spend some time on, we wanted it to be 7%.
Right.
Unless it was otherwise required by law or unless the city and the fund agreed. So
that's really asking for the ordinance to be changed to provide for 7% absent an actuarial.
right, unless it's required by law.
Right, recognizing that they could always change the ordinance again.
Right,
I mean,
sure.
it's an ordinance, so, but it adds a lot.
Okay, all right, so anything else on that? Okay, page 25. In paragraph 7, there's been some emails. We originally, the mediated settlement agreement had in there some degrees that would be required for the new administrator, including, for example, a JD, or I forget all the, whatever they were. And we took those out as we talked with John, because that's not required for the GEPP. And we've got requirements of what kind of oversight experience, institutional investment experience in oversight of investment portfolios, and a degree in finance, economics, accounting, in a related area. So as I talked with John, I thought that was enough, but there's been some pushback on that. Well, I think the city, that Chris, and I think to some extent your guy, wanted to put back in there.
I think the primary one that's most significant is the CFA. I mean, that's sort of the appropriate standard for the CIO of a fund this size. I mean, that's a reason, and it was a preferred standard, not a requirement standard. So I think that language seems to be very appropriate as a.
And that's not covered by what we've got.
Today, that's been omitted, yeah.
So CFA means Certified Financial.
Chartered Financial Analyst.
Chartered Financial.
Right.
What?
Analyst.
Analyst.
Every time I've seen a minimum of 5 years, I mean, it's a standard this size, but we've been by it a couple times and not changed it, but I can't imagine there would be a 5-year experience level of it.
Well, and bear in mind, if the CFA is going to be in there, which I don't object to, we're changing the culture of the organization from one where you have an executive administrator to an investment person in charge. And there's two components to the pension fund. There's the investment portion, but there's also the distribution of pensions to pensioners and the direct relationship with those pensioners and participants. And the CIO or CFA may or may not fit the bill for both of those roles. So it's a little complicated here.
Well, if we left that requirement here and we say comparable experience directing the activities of state or local public pension plan, and whether the applicant is a certified chartered financial, will also be considered or preferred, or however would that be the place to put that if y'all want to do that? I'm seeing yeses to that?
Yes.
Okay.
But it's not a requirement.
Not a requirement.
Is that generally required? I know you have a lot of experience, Kirsten.
My experience is in the Taft-Hartley funds, and none of few of my Taft-Hartley funds are administered by CFAs. But that's private sector, private labor sector.
So can I just suggest, instead of preferred, that the last sentence say comparable experience directly in the activities of state and local public pension plan, or having a CFA will also be considered favorably, Does that sound all right?
You
Okay.
you could say or appropriate certifications,
Or
would be-
appropriate
as opposed to
certification.
designating CFA.
Right.
There may be something else out there.
Okay.
I mean, there is a nuance between a favorable outlook and a preference.
Do y'all, just help me, if you, I'm going to put it, the other way y'all want to do it, preference or
I mean,
favorite?
I would strongly recommend that if we're going to speak to this position as a CIO, there ought to be the credentials to go with it.
If it's a CIO position or something, and that begets the question, because if you have a CIO, many funds that have a CIO then don't have an outside consultant and hire managers directly, and then the trustees get more engaged in analysis. But again, I don't know if we spend a lot of time shaping the role here, but an MBA, a CFA, I think some other credentials could speak to their qualifications, but we don't have enough. I'm not sure I think we
Okay.
have enough data on what.
Well, we could say that those, we go back, because where this came from was the mediated settlement agreement. So I'll just drop back in those degrees and say that they will be considered favorably. Is that all right with everybody? Will be just considered?
Before what you had was CPA, JD, MBA, or CFA degrees / certifications will be preferred.
Will be preferred.
CPA, yeah.
Okay. All right, I've got that from the agreement, so I'll pick that back up. Okay.
So wait, so what are you going to put in?
I'm going to put it at the last sentence, not to make it a requirement. Comparable experience directing the activities of state or local public pension plan will also be considered, and having those degrees will be preferred.
And you're going to put back all of those degrees in there?
Yep. They had already agreed to that.
They're or
Okay.
degrees.
They had
Okay.
already agreed to that. Okay. Let me get this first. Okay on that change on the CPA type stuff. Okay, we're done on that. So John, now go back to the, earlier in that paragraph, instead of having a minimum of 5 years pension administration, that'd be 10 years. Now, this is a requirement. So is there a second to that motion?
I don't know the field of pension administrators, if we're going to find enough qualified candidates to hire.
That's the point. Right. This was agreed to in the mediated settlement agreement. Dies for lack of a second. Okay, motion. Okay. Having had many motions die. Okay.
But somebody that would qualify over 5 years is someone that was brought in to spend 5 years being trained and then take over the fund. That would qualify.
Sure.
10 years is a long time to ask someone to wait to do that.
Okay. All right, 26, 27.
On 26,
Yep,
on the revision of the agreement,
yep.
we are not addressing benefits, but we are addressing the funding source. And I wonder if it would be fair to also address benefits from the standpoint that until we reach the 80% funding, we do not add any additional benefits.
The ordinance code already provides that until you get to 90%, there's no enhancement of benefits. That's already there. And that originally was in here, which is where I got confused with the 80 and 90%. So I took it out. I don't know, but that's something that somebody else is going to have to address. So, okay. Paragraph, page 27, 28. And we've made some changes to 28 that I've already noted. 29.
29 has one sentence in there twice, in that first paragraph below the underlining. Thus, when 7%, that sentence is there twice. Just the second version has to be.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Really drives the point home.
Yes, we were trying to, that was the urgency.
You really wanted that in there.
I like it.
All right.
A question on page 29.
Yep.
Towards the end of that same paragraph, the second to the last sentence, Pew estimated it, maybe I'm just going brain dead. Pew estimated that if 7% is assumed, then to achieve a 75% 5% return would need to be used by the task force. I'm just not sure I understand what that says.
Where is it? That's
That it would, right. Okay, that's just trying, Pew estimated if a 7% return is assumed. There's a 50/50, I just left something out. If there's the point is, if it was 70%, it's 50/50, and if it's 5.4, it's 75/25.
And my recollection is that data came from Robert Newby and Milliman, the city's actuary.
I think it's actually here.
Was it Q or was it full agreement?
David's getting up to defend himself.
Yeah, that's from Q, and this is, if the 7% of the assumption is the student rate of return, 50% chance you're going to be above, 50% chance you're going to be below. So when we try to come up with knowing that assumption and knowing the estimated distribution around it, what's the figure that you got 75% chance of being above? And that's
Yep.
what that 5.
What this is, as I now see it, it's a drafting error, because we say that up above. The 7.0% used by is 50 percentile scenario, thus when assuming blah, 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 there's a 50/50 chance. Then down here, P estimated that if 5.4% is assumed, then we would, then a 75%. That's a drafting error.
Okay.
Okay, yep.
When you get,
Yeah, just to clarify, this is based on current investment policies, current asset allocation. It's something we're
You're not guaranteeing it, in other words. Okay.
It's not standard.
So did y'all consult with your lawyers about that? All right, so based on current investment.
Well, and, this is, as said, this is based on the assumption that the plan's investment advisors came up with.
Okay. All right. Okay.
can we go back?
Yep.
Sorry. To page 26, to the revision of the 30-year
That's a
agreement.
long way back.
I know. Well, you guys were on a roll. I didn't want to interrupt you.
Yep.
All right. I just want to make sure I understand how the 2014 agreement is going to be monitored, assuming there is one reached. So my reading is that in the event that the parties can reach agreement on a 2014 agreement, it would be entered almost as a settlement agreement in the federal district court action. Judge Schlesinger would be appointed as the special master.
Right.
He would be given quarterly updates consistent with the recommendations in here, and the court would retain ancillary jurisdiction to enforce the terms of this agreement in the event someone started to walk away.
Yes, and that's why we do say that the litigation, the last sentence is also intended that for jurisdictional, I guess we could say, and enforcement purposes.
Yeah.
That
I mean,
would
that's what it
strengthen that.
is, but.
Yep. And that also then, remember one of our issues was how could we bind a council from year to year?
Right.
And so this adds weight to that if we provide for enforcement. So we'll add enforcement there, okay. And I think that'll make Mr. Keene happy too. Okay, we're over to page 30 or 20.
Before we go to 30, I don't mean to get too caught in,
Oh, yes, you do.
in details here, but in the second to last paragraph, it talks about homeowner.
Where are you?
The second, so the last paragraph on page 29, the risk of uncertain investment return conceptually may be analogized to a homeowner facing a fixed rate. I think it's better understandable to say it's a credit card debt. And
I'm
that
still
is
not.
accumulating at an interest.
I got it, okay. Okay.
I think it makes it more understandable for the reader to explain it's like a credit card debt accruing at an interest rate, and the discount rate is that interest rate.
Would you send me that language?
And that, you make a valid point. That example was trying to say, well, how do you think about 7% versus 5.4? Not how do you think about the time value of money?
All right, well, here's where this came from. Because Mr. Keene was quoted in the paper as saying that it was like, well, I guess he was saying that if we changed the pension design, it was like buying something on layaway, and then when you got the product, they changed the price. Well, that led me to try to figure out, well, the way to do it is that if you're a homeowner and you have a floating rate mortgage, that if the mortgage balloons, and if the rate's going to go up and you got a balloon and you have to make a decision, then you're either going to get foreclosed or you're going to pay the higher rate. That's where that came from. So if this is a better way to do it, I'm happy with that. But I need the language. Okay? Don't need it right now, just you'll get it to me.
I think David's a much better wordsmith.
So David, if you'll send me
I think the question is, what's the point we want to make?
Okay.
That paragraph is to try to say, so, hey, do we think about 7% or do we think about it 5.4?
Right.
And we've always used 7%. And so, but at 7% you take a risk. So if you want to understand what your costs are inclusive of the risks you're taking, right? And if the paragraph's not helpful in making the point, we can just take the paragraph out. But the point was, much like you could get a lower rate if you took an adjustable rate, if you want certainty as to what you're looking for, you got to take a fixed rate and it's higher. So there too, you know, when the city is talking about what's it cost for me to fund a pension plan, if I'm going to take 7%, I take some risk. I take 5.4, I can do it with confidence. That's what the point was it was trying to make.
Okay.
But we can take a paragraph out if it's not serving.
What's your
Understand.
view on that? Yep.
Yeah, but it's only helpful to people who have a mortgage. Everybody doesn't have a mortgage. And I get that this is for city council, not for the general public. I'm not sure the analogy works as well as some other analogy. I don't know what that might be.
With credit card debt, is it?
Well, I don't know. I think the idea is that you put money down today and it's worth less in the future because, you know, of investments. The public's been through this 2008 event. In a way, I think they get this.
What if we just
You know, I
left it-
invested $100 and 5 years later it was worth 50.
What if we just took out all of the paragraph except the last sentence? It says the city expects its long-term return will average 7, but it fully bears the risk if it does not. Using the 5.4% allows the city to better understand the higher costs associated with bearing the risk that investment returns may not be performed. All right? Okay, so we're going, I've seen a lot of nodding. By common consent, we're going to take that whole paragraph out and leave the last sentence. Okay.
Last two sentences.
Use payday loans.
Yes, right, that's true, right, last two sentences. Right, okay, take out the analogy, okay. All right, page 30.
I have a suggestion. On, near the bottom of the page, when you're talking about the task force considering alternative benefit plan structures, I think something that's important is to explain that when we modeled alternative benefits, all the models were relatively the same cost of payroll, percentage of payroll. So that the actual cost, because Pew came in and said, we're going to maintain the same cost to the city in terms of a percentage of payroll for the DB, the hybrid, and the defined contribution.
It was dependent upon the rate of return of the investments. If they were poor, then the cost was less to the city. If they were favorable, the cost was similar.
Well, assuming a 7%. I think we put that on there. They assumed a 7% and said each of the three alternatives would be the same relative cost to the city. And I think that's important to explain because we're ultimately coming out for a defined benefit plan, and we're trying to explain to the public there's not a savings by going to another alternative plan based on a 7% assumption.
There would be a savings going to a defined contribution plan, but we're not recommending it, and we need to explain why that is.
Okay, but the savings were not considerable. I don't believe.
If we went to a full defined contribution plan, then the employer defines its contribution and not the benefits. And the defined contribution would give you 10% of payroll, and it never goes up and it never goes down. So a defined contribution plan inherently can be less. But we need to explain why that doesn't work for this particular workforce because we don't see competitive police and fire and state employees.
And that's what we say. That's what we say.
I think we did that, but I'm just trying to figure out, what we're trying, we were looking at a 10% contribution rate from the employer. And we looked at that for defined benefit, defined contribution, and hybrid. I'm just trying to figure out a way to explain to the public that the nature of the design of the plan was not a inherent, anyway.
Yeah, and just to kind of build on that point, plan design is not about cost. You can make any plan design expensive, you can make any plan design low cost. Plan design is about how you handle risk, and I think in past plans that when we model the plans for the task force, when the task force was considering options, the difference was not cost, they're all projected to be similar costs. The difference was in how they handle risk and what would happen if returns were 5.4%, what would happen if returns were 9%.
Well, is there a great sense to make any change here? Okay, let's move on. Number 31. Thank you, Ted. This is getting in a little bit in the clouds with me. But, okay, page 31.
Sit outside?
Yeah. Move that chair back out. All right, 31.
Let me throw out something on 31?
Yep. You had the perfect right to do that.
You want to reject it now?
No. Tad called me and said that I was going to be grateful that he wasn't at the last meeting. I said, no.
Well, thanks. Also, I think that we should emphasize about the cost of turnover. We talked about Sheriff Rutherford's concerns. I think we should also include the fact, or the concern, that higher turnover would likely also force the city to pay higher salaries in the future to maintain employees, and therefore would serve as an additional cost to the city.
Is that a verifiable fact?
Yeah, I don't know, we know.
I think it is in the studies. I think there's been some academic studies that certainly show that. I think the University of Maryland study should support it.
All right. So you want to put that in or not?
I think we tried to be fact-based in this. It says.
Where are you reading?
The bottom of page 31, the last paragraph.
Got it? Okay.
Higher turnover brings disruption. Higher turnover brings higher costs, especially in the specialty units. Injury rates are higher. I mean, those are some really big, significant issues that we don't like turnover, right? If we can help.
The cost of training for each new officer.
He said $100,000. And then this more specialized members were much more than that.
I don't know your salary goes up, but I think we can say it's expensive to have turnover.
Which is what we say. We've said it's quite high.
In Florida, without the hybrid system in comparison to Texas, had higher retention rates by a
Florida
significant
did,
margin
right.
than Texas when we analyzed that data.
Are we going to include that chart, the Texas chart? I think, see the exhibit XX for a chart? Competing jurisdictions?
Yes, that's what that is. Right. Yeah. Any movement to change this anymore?
I'm sorry, what page? I thought you were on
31.
31.
XX wasn't going to be the Texas chart. I think XX was that listing that I think actually Jonathan produced that says, if you look at all the cities in Florida, this is what their pension plans are. I was thinking that might be what that chart is.
I think it's valuable to justify why we're still recommending a defined benefit plan, that when we studied the experience in Texas,
Yep.
Florida not, Texas having a hybrid plan, had lower.
Right. Okay, I'm making a note to add the Texas chart at the
I
end
mean,
of
they
it.
were substantially,
Huh?
they were substantially lower. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'll add that in there. I'm not going to get much skiing done next week. Huh? All right. Next page, which would be 32.
Oh, on 31, there's a space missing between the is and the helpful. You see that there?
Where is that?
In the middle of the paragraph, that underlined section, the last full line.
There's a what now?
Career is helpful.
Where?
Is yours? No, you fixed it on your version. Okay, never mind.
Okay, all right. Page 32.
In the underlined words, the fourth line, the city from sharing risk with employees at this range versus these.
Okay, all right. Was not sufficient.
Right.
Okay. All right, 33.
Is the MSP, I thought we called it the mediated settlement agreement.
I went back to look at that. and
MSP or MSA?
It's, I think it was in this. 'Cause I went back and I thought I looked at that. Let's see. It's MSA. It's
says
on page
MSP on
3.
32.
Yep. Okay, so change MSP to MSA. Dadgummit, David, why did you do that? MSP, change MSP to MSA. Yeah.
Several places.
Yeah, it's several places. I'll make that change. All right, page 34. This is showing that all of y'all really read this closely. I'm impressed. All right, 34. 35.
35 has opened for discussion because the paper goes beyond, I think, what had actually been reached as a conclusion. So so the task force recommends prospective benefits for existing employees be revised to adopt. Oh, that's because we've done that. We've now debated all that this morning.
Right.
So we're good on that. Okay. All right. Sorry.
Okay. Is the 13 years correct now? Number 2? 13 years or
was
age
given a 20-year retirement. You could, it would, after 20 years, so 13 would give you a comparable to a 30-year service plus 3, which is full employment, yeah. But you could also say, well, 55 is also consistent with 20 years plus starting at age 22, so.
So what, my question is, because Chris had a question about that, and what, is this correctly said is my only question? Is this what y'all want to say?
Do we say that this does not apply to paragraph one?
Yeah, we need to change that.
Where are we?
Page 35, at the top, number 2. Year 34, right. That eligibility for COLA would not begin until a date approximately the same as for new employees, which would be at the earlier 13 years following retirement. Because in the new employees, it's 3 years, is what Chris is, so should that be 3 years? 3 years following
No,
retirement?
because you could retire after 20 years, which would mean retire at 42, which nobody does, but retire at 42 plus 3 would be 45.
Okay.
So
if we, okay, so help me out.
So I think it's the earlier of those two, and the 13.
Well, would it be better to express it like we've done it with the new employees and say the later of 3 years or age 55? That's not right either.
The later of?
Yeah, that wouldn't be right either. It's really 3 years following retirement, but no earlier than age 55.
Yeah, say it that way.
Yeah, 3 years following.
3 years following retirement, but no earlier than age 55. And we have to pick up here what we said before on doesn't apply to 10 year.
Right. So what you could do is you could add that in that paragraph above the number section, which would solely apply to prospective benefits earned by existing employees.
Yep.
With less than
10 years service. Okay. All right, that's a good way to handle it. Thank you.
Do we need to say that too with the, is that true also for the COLA?
Yeah, that's both of them, because what Kirsten's saying is that you put it in at the prefatory sentence.
But also the COLA discussion that is above that. COLA for existing employees would be tied to the inflation index, but would be capped to the rate not to exceed 1.5%.
Oh, right, existing employees having less than 10 years.
And do we need to also explain that that is for future benefits?
Yeah, that's for that is perspective, right.
It does say for perspective.
it says that, for
Prospective benefits, okay.
Right, okay. Okay.
I mean, we want to do 10 years as of a date. Like, would it be better just a hard-coded date, June 1st, 2014? Or do you just leave it 10 years from when it's
Yeah, I think
approved?
it should be from the effective date of the agreement.
From effective date of agreement, okay.
And you get into some,
Right.
might be better to put a date.
Well, it may.
You would alter the effective date by how long you took to reach agreement.
Right.
The risk of a definite date is, though, you might have, it might be retroactive by the time it's passed, and then it may not be enforced.
Yeah.
Well, nobody would be retired for
So you would risk maybe getting 10.3 years or 9.7.
Let's leave it at the 10 years following implementation. Okay? All right. Okay. Moving right along. David had a bracket about 5 lines up where it says, to summarize the foregoing, the task force recommends the following pension design. Above that, there's a bracket. The remainder of this bracketed section is open. But we've discussed all that now, so that can come out.
Well, that is a concept, right? So that bracketed section at the top of 36 basically says, would the task force recommendation be that as we look at the benefits of existing employees, we recommend these be adopted, but if the parties are unable to reach agreement and you go to litigation, then the prospective benefit for existing employees would mirror those of new employees. So in other words, the reason we have a higher benefit structure recommended for existing employees in place is because we're going to all join together and try to make this work. But if we're going to go to litigation and if this is a protracted battle, then some of that good faith, I mean, what's the whole purpose here? So that, I thought, was an important concept to think about. But it seemed to me that there might be value in
What that is that's the sort of a hammer to say, look, if we can make an agreement on this, this is our recommendation, but if y'all don't do this reasonably soon, if you're going to argue about it, then we think that the concession is not something we would want to do, that we would recommend that the current employees be the same as new employees.
Right, because we have not tried to get existing benefit levels in line with what we think is a prospective benefit level. We've agreed to leave money on the table in hopes that that then supports a conciliatory kind of approach.
One of the things I'm concerned about with that is, do we sort of leave the city open to committing unfair labor practice? Right. I mean, for those of us who practice this area of law, I don't think you want to say that kind of thing. I think you want to try to bargain in good faith and come up with suggestions, but if you're not able to reach agreement, you're always able to later go back and change your proposals or something along those lines. But we don't want to be sitting there including threats in a recommendation from the city that may wind up getting the city in trouble.
How can we do it without making it sound like, I mean, it's not really a threat. I mean, your point is to hammer, but I think the point is really, we've agreed to endorse a benefit structure that's higher than a standard that might be identified as optimal. And so there's some recognition that goes with that recommendation as to support of the process.
Well, maybe the way we could handle that, we say over at the end that this is a complete package and that we urge it not be picked and chosen.
Okay.
And that we encourage this to be done, considered and implemented as soon as possible. And our conclusions might be different if that doesn't happen. Because that's the point, is that we want to force the council, the mayor, and the JPFPF to get this done.
I think philosophically, though, we have to believe in what's right and stick with it. And I don't think we change our beliefs just because it's difficult. I think that we stick to what we want to do, perhaps, and just have the one set of recommendations as opposed to dropping the hammer because it isn't agreed to soon. Because there's a process for that where it would go to impasse and city council will vote on benefits.
That's probably what Ms. Laquadera is going to say.
Right, that's correct. And just to recall as the hour gets late and you work at this, once you're done, you are giving recommendations. There has to be an actual, if we reach an agreement drafted that will deal with the details. And I don't think it's lost on anyone that we're going to be in negotiations. So I think just your recommendation carries a lot of weight, given who you are and how much time and the expertise that's here. And it would be best to stay out of the collective bargaining to ensure that we don't start off with an unfair labor practice.
I don't think we want to get into the early.
So I appreciate your.
Okay, so I'm sensing that as a motion not to include the bracket of that paragraph, which would start with the remainder and go through prospectively earned of that paragraph.
Right. But just one question.
Yep.
I understand that point, but the reality is that we've been already told today that there are things about which there are disagreements.
Right.
And so we may not have the opportunity as a task force to hear what those things are. They're not presented to us.
That's right.
So I think some strength there is to, again, I think it does say that this stands together as recommendations.
Yeah, I'll beef that sense of it, right, that we do think that this all stands together, and that's in there already.
I mean, nuance, I mean, aren't we really endorsing the benefit structure that's being offered to new employees? And we're not doing that for existing employees. Well, why is that? Is it because the new employees aren't getting the right benefit? And that's not why, right? We're doing it because we think so maybe that's the way we phrase it. But the new benefit, we've examined the benefit structure, we've examined the plans, we've made a recommendation. We are adopting a different approach for existing employees. Well, why is that? And I think should there be some comment about why that is? And so it's.
I think we might be presenting a conflict among the workforce where their representatives have more than 10 years of service, and pushing it too early rather than taking the discounted benefits themselves could appear to be a conflict among all of them. So I think putting a timing on that and then enforcing something more strict because the timing isn't followed creates conflicts that we may not want to create.
I think through the chair, the statement, and if to the extent that if you want to strengthen it, but the statement that these are all inextricably intertwined, and if you pull one out, is not necessarily the opinion of the task force. It is something that people are used to. This is a package deal, and so you will have a chance to make public comment and things of that nature, in which that point can be emphasized.
So the chair's sensing that we want to take out that sentence. Let's vote. All in favor of deleting that little section, raise your hand. All opposed? Okay, so that's one vote against. Okay. All right. And we'll note that Dr. Ruff has left for other things, so he's not voting on that. So, okay.
Bill,
Right.
I'm not sure where we are, but on pages 32 through 35, those charts, we discussed the hybrid plan, defined contribution. Those charts, I think, don't say much because we're not saying percentages of what. So when we talk about, regardless of what the return is, 7 or 5.4, I don't think that matters in terms of what I'm arguing. But, so I get the premium tax. The city's percentage is percentage of what? The cost of the plan?
It's the payroll percentage.
Well, and then the employee percentage is percentage of that person's pay that person contributes. I don't think the charts are clear is what I'm trying to say, because we don't explain percentages of what. That's all. A footnote or something, just so the reader gets what we're talking about in terms of all these different percentages.
Would it be clear if we used the payroll of 2014 dollar figures?
Well, I don't know, but it's got to be a percentage of something. I don't think the reader is going to understand what we're doing here. We might understand it, but we've got 4 different kind of complicated charts with different numbers.
Well,
I think it's
the chair
confusing
doesn't
us
know
all.
where we are.
And it may be in the narrative, and it may simply be a sentence or a footnote.
Oh, those, I thought you meant some charts from outside, okay.
Well, they're
sorry.
tables 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Right, now it's
So could we add footnotes explaining this is a percentage payroll? And would it be beneficial to have footnotes explaining what that means in a dollar value in 2014 for the reader and city council to recognize?
I'll try to add something to that in the body, but I really don't want to.
I mean, the analysis simply is proving that we looked at defined contribution. It doesn't make any sense. The city doesn't really make any money. Costs the employee more. We're using, it's a lot of language to explain that. That's fine. But I think the charts just don't help illustrate it. Because the percentages are different percentages of different things. That's all.
So, David, do you want to speak to that? I mean, is that?
Well, this stuff is complicated, but the way, as we tried to find our way in this, the subcommittee said, when you're thinking about ways to compare alternative benefit structures, the best common denominator is to use normal cost. Because everything, and it's important to get a bearing on what assumptions you use, because it's all depending upon your assumption. And so in that sense, and then Bill, you earlier in the report somewhere, you do define normal cost as the percentage of payroll required to fund the benefit over the employee's career. But I think it is helpful when you just pick this page up. That's not transparent. So certainly some more labels on the charts to make clear that normal costs are percentages of payroll costs, annual payroll.
All right.
Could be a way to enhance that disclosure.
Can you undertake to change?
Yes.
They're your charts, okay. All right, Sherry, do that? Okay. All right, then moving over to page, I think we're up to 36. That we've talked about some of that. Yeah, we've talked about the changes. I think we're at the bottom of 36, page 37.
You have 200 million bracketed on the bottom of 36.
Yeah, and on the reason the 200 million was bracketed, I wasn't, the way we got to 200 was at the last meeting, there was some quick math done, at the table as to sort of what, if you took the chart that you look at visually and try to understand what the real number is. And so I don't know that we actually had a final determination that's 200 or 205 or whatnot, but, we sort of all rallied around 200.
I thought we had decided on 200 million.
Yeah, as long as that's
But does the
supported by.
200 include or not include the additional chapter fund?
Does not include the chapter fund.
Okay.
I'm going to make a note of that.
It
Probably
does
should
that.
make that clear.
Yeah.
It does. The 200 million contribution amount is in addition to continuing the contribution
sorry.
of premium taxes
Oh,
also
it
known
does,
as
okay.
chapter fund, in an amount that would equal 4%.
Okay. And I'm going to change actuarially required contribution to ARC.
I would.
Because that's what we've said
That was
earlier.
previously,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Bill, I'm sorry, you might want to just look at wordsmithing the first two sentences.
What now?
You might want to wordsmith the first two sentences of that recommendation. I had a hard time with one.
On page 36?
You mean the task force recommends the city annually contribute the greater of 200 million for the ARC until the plan becomes 80% funded?
It's the second sentence. This contribution level is intended to both contribute more than currently required actuarial.
Okay,
That's where I
and to
got
avoid
lost.
higher contributions. Oh, it's because it's avoid higher contributions required if investment returns fall to 5.4%.
I can't, where are you looking?
The second sentence under the recommended funding solution.
Second sentence. It really gets back to the 50-50 and the 75-25.
Yeah.
So do we need the sentence?
About the 5.4?
This contribution level is intended to be, to both contribute more than currently, than the current ARC.
I think another way of saying it is because the 5.4% discount rate gives us a 75% confidence, that paying 200 million gives us a 75% actuarial confidence that this will be funded.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Well-
200 gives, right, okay. All right. Dave, you all right with that?
Yep, tomato, tomato, right.
Okay.
I'm there. Now, the other nuance here was, and I thought this was consistent with the MSP, but the reason it's bracketed under that, at the bottom part of this, it says an amount that equal 4% of average normal cost. So 4% of average normal cost is not necessarily 4.5 million every year, because that number will be 4.5, and it'll be 4.8, and it'll be 5.2. And so all of our cost analysis has been done saying we ought to be able to rely on a 4% funding that's going to come from this source. And so that was to try to make the point that it's a 4% we're signing up for, not a
Not
dollar
fixed
amount
amount.
whose value declines over time.
Y'all okay with that? Okay. All right.
And there's a typo above that in that second sub-bullet where it says changing the interest guarantee. The range for the drop is 0 to 10. That was, I think, just a typo that got.
Yep.
Well, didn't we, with respect to the chapter funds though, didn't we say that we weren't going to commit the use of chapter funds that had been historically used for supplementing retirees?
We did. That's where the 4% comes in, because there's,
But the 4% doesn't provide that exclusion. It just says, we're also going to get 4% of the we're going to take 4% of the, whatever the number is of 4% of the normal cost, we're going to take that amount out of the chapter fund. So there's no protection around the dollars of the chapter funds that were used for these other
That's right.
benefits. Do you see what I'm saying?
and we did say that we wanted to protect.
And we said we were going to
We
protect
did say we were
those
going to protect that,
dollars.
right.
I'm
Robert?
sorry, I'm starting to lose my.
Disagreeing with that language, just because when I read 4% of normal cost, I'm thinking if the normal cost is 25% of pay, 4% of the normal cost is only 1%.
I think what you're trying to say is you're going to apply chapter funds equal to about 4% of payroll.
4% of payroll. Right.
Towards the normal cost.
But the chapter funds are based on premium taxes?
Right, there's no guarantee that it's going to be, but that's where they've been averaging.
So are we really getting 50% of premium taxes, which is an unhedged separate variable number? Is there a better way of expressing that?
Is it the lesser of 50% or 4%?
It's purely 50% of chapter funds. 50% of chapter funds.
That's really what it is. And that's what we said we would do.
The way it's structured in the agreement, in the 30-year agreement currently, is the first 3%, when chapter funds come in, the amount equals is 3% of payroll taken out first, and then is used to supplement the city contribution. Then I believe it's 0.35% of payroll, not exactly sure, is taken to go into the enhanced benefit account. Then the next 1% of payroll, so assuming chapter funds are more than 4.35% of payroll, 4% goes to the Help the City contribution. 0.35% goes to the enhanced benefit account. And then everything in excess of that also goes to the.
Well, should we just say, I think this is what we did, that we wanted to continue the allocation of the chapter funds as set forth in the 30-year agreement.
Right, but, which was a percentage of payroll, not a dollar amount. So it would bear the criticism, Kristen, that you're raising, which is, but the existing deal, that's the way the existing deal
But
is.
does this language mirror the language from the 30-year agreement on the use of chapter funds?
I mean, it might be simplest to say, mirror the language in the 30-year agreement, unless chapter funds, decline, or I guess city payroll increases dramatically, it's going to be 4% goes to the Delta City's contribution, everything else goes to enhanced benefit account. But it might be simplest just to say, as.
Well, I think we ought to say, we're relying on a number, so I think we ought to say what we think the number is, but we ought to do so with the confidence that that's also reflective of what we think the deal is, right? But I think not knowing what the deal is.
Reflected in the 30-year agreement and anticipated to be 4% of payroll.
It's not anticipated, it's
Aren't we really
expected.
saying, though, is the amount of the chapter funds that would otherwise be applied to the enhanced benefits will be applied as a contribution to the unfunded liability?
We didn't say that. We said.
That's what I just heard.
No, I thought we said that that excess goes into the enhanced benefit account. Yes, that we wanted to stay with the formula that was in the 30-year agreement. And I think that's probably the way to say it.
Actually, and Mr. Chairman, if I might, just from the last meeting, I thought the decision was made to utilize the formula that was in the mediated settlement agreement for dealing with the chapter fund, which is actually more favorable to the
You're
city
right.
than is in the 30-year agreement.
Yeah, you're
There was a
absolutely
change
right.
to that.
And what would that language be?
Sure. We can get it for you specifically. Joey, can you go ahead and summarize?
It is.
Robert or Bobby Deal can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but just generally speaking, and I can send you the detailed breakdown, so $9 million, to use a round number, comes in from state chapter funds. Half of that gets applied towards paying the base benefits. The other half is split between $1 million to $1.5 million that goes out in December as part of the holiday bonus to retirees. And then the residual, $2.5 million, let's call it, goes into a enhanced benefit reserve account that is currently valued at about $24 million because it's built up over the last 10, 12 years since the last time the funds were used. And what the mediated settlement agreement worked out is that we would take the rest, and this is where I may need to be corrected, take the amount that is going into that reserve account, apply towards base benefits. There's no longer that $2 or $2.5 million accruing. And as part of the mediated settlement agreement, we took the current balance, which at the time was about $20 million, and applied it in year one. Now, I know there's been some contemplation by this body to spread it out over time as I've read the document. So, but regardless, the breakdown that's been proposed previously, as discussed in mediation, was that we would reallocate those funds into paying base benefits.
And that's what we said. We said, I'll go back and pick that up. And we do need to pick up that payment of the $20 million. 24 million. Well, that was where Chris and John had an argument, and we ended up, because it was at 27, and they'd agreed to 20, and I think what we ended up saying was leave it at the 20, is what we did.
Well, just to be clear, John was correct. What was agreed at the mediation was $20 million. The mayor's revised plan recommends utilizing the now $24 million balance. The police and fire pension fund has previously only agreed to $20 million.
Right, and so we decided, we did, and we decided to stay with the 20 million. Okay.
So can you make that consistent?
Yeah.
with the big list?
If John doesn't want to do something else.
No. Just a clarification about the source of funds. These are insurance premium taxes, is that right?
They go to the state.
They are not, it's not paid by the beneficiaries, it is taxes that we all pay. Is that accurate?
Yes. State taxes.
State tax.
Right,
State
okay.
taxes,
Okay.
not local.
Right.
Now, I think.
It's been represented as been something other than that.
Right. It's when you pay your homeowner's insurance, other types of insurance, it's a tax on the premium.
So one thing that perhaps, I don't know if this is, but it's my understanding that those benefits, those monies can only be paid for this purpose if there is an agreement, and it's ratified by the members. Is that?
That's what John has said, and he showed me in the statute where that is, that the members have to approve the use of those funds, but they haven't approved the mediated settlement agreement, but y'all had approved it, right, Bobby? Y'all had agreed to that in the mediated settlement agreement.
We agreed to the mediated settlement agreement when it was presented to, ultimately went to the council. However, when they voted it down.
I know that all things are, no, right, but that's what y'all had agreed to.
Right.
So does that need the vote of the members for approval?
We would need to take that back and review that with both unions
And at least then you were willing to do that. You're not saying you necessarily agreed to that.
So my point is this, is I think that including that language regarding that $20 million is important, and the additional payments. And, I mean, I think this is becoming a very confrontational document at this point. We're talking about repercussions against the employees and everything if they don't approve it. I think that perhaps what we need to do is also emphasize that part of our plan involves the employees agreeing to, the payment of substantial amount of money. And if we don't have that agreement, then the city is going to lose a substantial amount of money, and it gives an incentive for the parties to come to an agreement, reach an agreement about these things.
Okay. Cindy?
I just want to make sure the record is clear. Previously, the unions had waived, they had no right to engage other than in front of city council when it came up. Secondarily, now we're back in collective bargaining, and just because we have a circuit court opinion that says the fund is negotiating, they are not negotiating with the unions. The police and pension fund has its own fiduciary responsibility to the members of the fund. The collective bargaining is solely with the executive branch. So I want to make that clear for the record. Sometimes the language was less than precise.
Okay. So, what is your will? Do you want to speak to, do you want to? So I think what y'all said is you wanted to recommend that the treatment of the chapter funds be continued as set forth in the mediated settlement agreement.
Yes.
Okay. Continue, okay, and I'll try to work that out.
Does that recommendation include the reserves as well as indicated by the?
Yep. That's part of the mediated settlement agreement. Right. Okay. All right, this is helpful. Okay, page 38.
Do you want to include any language saying that, that there is a recognition that the unions or the employees have to agree to that?
Sure.
That payment? And that's a reason that the party should come to an agreement on the total package of conditions?
Well, I think, though, that the other side have got to agree to a lot of things, so I don't think we need to add that.
Right.
It's whatever it takes to implement it. Okay, page 38.
You got the 2% becomes 0, right?
Yeah. And that was in the chart, wasn't it?
That was in the second sub-bullet on 37.
Second sub-bullet. I don't either, on my 36. 36? Yes, yeah, I've made that change. John, on your chart, David, on your chart, you had that the floor, that the return guarantee being between 2 and 10%, but it was really 0 and 10. So you'll need to correct that chart also.
And then, I'm sorry, just for the recommended changes to current employees with less than 10 years.
Where now? You mean in the title?
Oh, never mind, this is a separate.
Yep. Okay.
Well,
On the recommended changes, Bill, for new employees and current employees, do we need to, can part of that be a chart so that it shows the public what it is now and then what we're proposing it be? If you're just reading this, you don't know anything, you don't know what the change is.
Okay. So, yeah, that's good to add a chart showing current,
What kind of chart?
what the current,
Just a table.
what the
A table.
current benefits
Current
are, and what it
recommend.
is.
Just benefits currently.
These two blocks we have, recommended changes to new employees and current employees. Folks aren't going to know what we know.
Right. So there'll be a chart that
comparison.
says, here it is now, here's for new employees, and here's for,
Right.
And if you want to just do an average employee experience under each plan,
I don't think we need to do that.
we
We didn't
want to.
want to, John. You can explain that when you go before the city council. All right, 38. We're getting there.
On 38, the third paragraph from the bottom, I don't know that I understand exactly what I understand what it's trying to say. I'm not sure what the last sentence says, though.
Tell me what paragraph to start the.
Third from the bottom, page 38.
Yep, start the paragraph. What is it say?
Funding, the start of the paragraph says Pew Graph XX, page 8 of.
Got it, okay.
Then the middle, funding contributions preliminarily set at 190 million will need to increase to over 400 million, or a level still comparable to the spike earlier seen if the minimum contributions continue to be made while assuming a 7% return. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means.
All right, Mr. Boer will seek to redo that sentence.
I think we can just take that sentence.
All right,
Okay.
we're taking it out. All right. All right, thank you, Mr. Appleby
I
and
think what you
Mr.
take
Moore.
out is or a level still comparable
Right.
to. You don't, we had 400 million, it was done before, now we got another 400 million, so it's just,
All right, so what are we doing?
so beginning with the word or a level still comparable,
Okay.
you would strike and you just let the other sentence stand without.
You mean, so it'll still read funding contributions preliminary set at 190 million?
We'll need to
Increase to over 400 million, okay. All right, okay. Okay. All right, page 39. Page 40.
On that last paragraph, first sentence, the task force does not believe that transferring city real estate to JPFPF for value, I don't understand the for value.
Where you,
That last paragraph on 40,
for
the
value
first
needs to
sentence.
come out, okay.
Okay,
Yeah, because then we go on to talk about,
okay.
do we need to go back to 39 for the bracket inspection? Under annual funding and considering annual audit, the second paragraph anyway.
Yeah, with all the brackets we should talk about. So
Right.
what is that?
Where
This one
you-
says the funding status for actuary purposes.
yeah.
Okay, this was the debate, and we may have to have some help here. This was the debate of as to when how you determine 80%. And I think Pew had some thoughts on this too. I drafted it using fair market values, thinking that that's truth and justice, but then there's also the argument that you get swings in fair market values. And so I think what you had here is, how did I end up doing this? I said, 80% milestone would be measured based upon comparison of fair market value as of the most recent report. But go ahead.
Oh, I mean, so this is simply, how are you calculating the thresholds?
Right.
Are you going to use a smooth value over 5 years? Or are you going to use the market value of assets? Both are viable, so it's, ultimately up to the task force. One of the features of using a smooth value is that it's going to, not only does it go down slower in times of a recession, but it goes up slower in times of an investment boom. And so, for example, if there's plans, California is an example, the California Public Employees Retirement System in 2007 under smooth value, was something on the order of, its funding level was in the high 80s. If you looked at it on a market value of assets, it was 100% funded. At the same time, the next year recession hits, and so the market value not only swung up, but it swung down. So if you wanted something that's a more stable measure of the funding status of the plan, using the smooth value will get you that.
What is there a best practice on?
I think ultimately being consistent is the most important. I guess there's two best practices. One is be consistent. So really where you see places get into trouble is when things are looking really good and suddenly you say, well, now we're market value of assets, and then things get worse and you're like, okay, we're going back to smoothing. So it's consistency is important. And then you see some plans, California being an example, where they smooth over a very long time period, 15 years. Something more in the order of 5 years. If you do 15 years, you're going to incorporate a number of business cycles. There could be multiple recessions.
What does bond rating agencies look at?
My understanding is that they're okay with both market value and with 5 year. I don't know if they.
Joey and Robert?
Yeah, I think Robert can probably talk more to what he sees around the industry as best practice. I can tell you for what it's worth that the Jacksonville Employees Retirement System, the general employees and the correctional officers, uses 5-year smoothing. We do 20% per year. So where David was correct, in 2009, 10, 11, 12, while the market was rallying, we were still factoring in losses from 2008 and early 2009. And now, the market has rallied a lot. We've now dropped off our 2008 performance, but we haven't yet recognized everything that we've seen. In fact, this Sunday is the 5-year anniversary of the bull market run. It started March 9th of 2009. So we've got about $200, $300, $400 million worth of deferred gains that we're going to be recognizing over time. But if you think about it from a public finance standpoint, mark to market, while yes, it is used from what it sounds like, that creates wild swings in your funded status from year to year. And the chairman of the finance committee may appreciate the smoothed out nature of the impact on the city's budget from a smoothing type approach.
Robert?
I was just going to say, Florida law says or Florida rules say if you use a smoothing method, it can be no longer than 5 years, and you have to tie it into market, so it cannot be more than 120% of market value, nor less than 80%.
Has there been some criticism of the smoothing method, though?
There's been two different criticisms of it. One is the argument that you should be using fair market value, which to me is just too volatile for a budget. Just imagine if you had a budget based on the city's arc in 08 and then in 09 after the market tanked. The other argument is that you lose touch to market is reality. If you were going to terminate the fund, the market value is what you could get for your assets. If you don't have constraints, the actuarial value could be more than market value. What happened in 08 and 09 when the market tanked, CalPERS stretched its smoothing period out to 15 years to not recognize it. There were other places, I think it was New Jersey, didn't have the 80, 120% constraint, so their actuarial value became 150% of market value, which means you're going away from reality. And what has happened once you got away from reality, some of those ones that were 150% have never come all the way down. State of Florida, was constrained by the 120, and they actually, 2 years ago or last year, they actually flipped that the market value went above the actuarial value. They flipped again, which is what you want to do with an actuarial value. But it's just you get too far from reality. You're trying to guess, you're trying to smooth it out,
And you want to smooth it, but you don't want to lose reality. And it's a very fine line. And I think that's why the state law refers to old ERISA rules, that the ERISA rules don't apply anymore for ERISA plans, but they do apply for Florida plans, and it is 5 years and 8120.
And David, what was the assumption that you made relative to when we would be at 80% in all the tables?
14 years if everything holds.
But smooth or
Well,
fair
we
market?
did, right now, the actuary is using market value. He switched to market value last year. So we used whatever he was using, so it was based on market value. But remember, at this point, where we're going 7% or 5.4 going forward, so we don't have the volatility to worry about. We just,
My only experience in this, which isn't much, is on the Columbia Seminary Board that I'm on. They have about a $200 million endowment, and they use the Yale method, which is a smoothing method of their draw, which is really the same thing. And that's a 3-year look back, and then that's how they smooth it. So they're still not able, they're still taking into account their market losses, like you said. So
if you, the way I wrestled the beast here, which we may want to change it, is I said, how are we going to make a bad decision, right? So if you've got losses that you haven't recognized yet, you don't want to be using sort of inflated values that failed to recognize your losses. So fair market value works there. So your real risk is you've had a run up in the assets, right? And you've got a bubble, and we're right, quite frankly, if you've had a run up in the assets and you have a bubble, it's not a bad time to be sort of backing off investment anyway. So, and it's also worded as though to determine the accelerated contribution, what's the significance of a milestone? It's not an automatically you drop back, it's that you reconsider. We've established freedom for the parties to make a judgment at that time as to whether to continue accelerated levels of contribution and keep pumping it in, or to step back. So it's not a dictate that you stop.
But
It's
aren't
just,
we pointing to a goal of 80%?
it got to be,
It seems to make
you shall not back off until you get to 80%. And when you get to 80%, you take another look.
It seems to me that because we have this goal, we would not want to have 1 year spike to all of a sudden say, okay, it's all over. To me, what I heard under the Florida statute, a 3-year averaging, but I like the collar concept of the 120 and 80. But do that 3-year, not 5, not 15 for sure, but 3-year with the 120/80 collar on it. So if you had these huge swings, you're still trying to come up with where are we reasonably funded at?
I think that's a reasonable conservative approach. Okay.
And just to clarify, is that a recommendation just for this piece, just for that trigger, or is that a recommendation for how the plan handles things writ large?
Well, we used the 30-year, right? Isn't this the same thing about using the 30-year?
No, that's the gains and losses. This is how you measure the assets. When they determine the unfunded liability, this is the value of the assets that they are using. It's either market value or smooth market value.
I think as far as the year-to-year, we ought to leave that up to them, but we've already said they ought to be consistent. But that's really up to them. So this is really the determination.
But it seems to me, though, if we're using that as the target for all this thing to be tied to, then the fund should use the same methodology. Because if we get an annual actuarial report and it's using a different system than what we're using as our target, we're there. So, well, you're not. You got to calculate it differently. It's not going to use the same one.
Well, that's what they're doing now, right? Is that what you...
You could just say that this is going to be based on how the plan is treating this, whatever the plan has chosen. I think there is a virtue to consistency here. You could be setting it based on the plan's reported figures, and then, the options to the task force are either, let the plan continue its current practices in the market, or have, the flexibility there, or to make a recommendation on that. But for the purpose of this, it makes sense to have the figure you're calibrating the accelerated payments be the plan's reported.
So it's literally, you look at the balance of the fair market value for the last 3 years and you average them? You don't really do that, because you've made contributions, you could get different balances.
There's all different ways to do a smooth value of assets. One is you smooth the return, so if you assume 7%, if you earn 11%, you have 4% X, so you recognize 1/3 or 1/5 of that.
Right, so it's gains and losses, right?
Yeah, yeah. I
Or
mean,
return,
there's
it's return.
All different ways. There's almost an infinite different ways to do a smooth value. But as long as you have the collar, which is the key thing, 80/120, you're constraining it. And if you say no more than 5 years, as Florida law does, you're really, you have the smooth value constrained by reality.
So it'd be the balance of the assets as modified by an average of return for the last 3 years versus actual return.
Yeah, I would just say use it whatever the actuary does for the annual evaluation report.
But then should we go on to say that we recommend that they use the market with the collars? And that they be consistent, because they weren't consistent.
One of the problems was they switched from actuarial to market, which far more than you should.
Right.
It's a method that you should basically stay with. I would just say you recommend a smooth method that complies with the state of Florida rules. That built in the 80/120 corridor, and that built in no more than 5 years. And if Florida changes its rules, then you have to read it.
But that's the market approach, right?
Well, that's the smooth market.
It's the
The smooth market approach.
I mean, to me, if we did that, it's sort of like a gap definition, consistently applied.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, the consistently applied ought to be in there.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, our really strong recommendations are, one, don't break Florida law, and two,
Okay. That's why I said that. I think it's important that we tell them they need to be consistent.
That'll
They
be the
can't
title
switch
of the
back.
report.
So what?
That's the title of the report.
Right.
That's a summary.
I mean, we have.
Help on how to write this 80% thing. I don't know.
We have several triggers at this 80% funding. I think even the 7% assumed return is tied to that 80% funding. So I think it's very important that we.
That's what this is, right? Right.
Well, this is for purposes, I think, of terminating the 2014 agreement.
This is
Right.
For all purposes.
That's
for that purpose.
Okay.
Right.
And
the 200 million.
And the 200 million. And I think it's interesting that we dialogue a little bit about that cliff, because all this, whatever the method is to 80%, the tax goes away, right? The 7% actuarial requirement goes away. So let's just say we're at 80%, 50% is in stock, market drops 20%, we're at 72% funded, so we're down 10. What do? Do we up the actuarial rate because we don't want to raise taxes again, and we have another administration or city council that does not believe in raising taxes?
Your ARC will go up.
Yeah, your ARC
And then
will
you're-
go up.
So you'll automatically be,
But if you raise your discount rate, the ARC doesn't go up.
well, the ARC's always based on the 7%.
Well, he's saying that during the agreement.
When we hit 80, the
I thought it go- I thought-
7% is there today, and it's there tomorrow, unless somebody has a better idea. The 5.4 is just how we figured out how much to pre-fund.
Well, my point is,
No.
city council and the administration at that time are going to see X amount of taxes going away, 80%, because 80% funding is reached, and then they have some flexibility with the actuarial rate. So if we are in an environment where, keeping that tax is not favorable.
Yeah, but the
we
tax gets
hit
you to
lower
200, and your normal contribution rate's 140, and your post-cliff contribution rate's like 25 or 30. So you got a lot of space, budget room there to deal with.
But if there's a big drop in the market, that's the concern.
If there's a big drop in the market. Yeah.
Well, I don't. I really wanted to think about it a little bit more, maybe like a stair-step approach.
Well, let's don't get.
May I just want
Yep.
to remind you, you're coming up with a proposal. We'll see, if the tax passes or doesn't pass, whatever, in terms of the additional payment. But the council, the council is the elected funding body, and they're going to have the right to react in their interest as the best needs of the citizens of Jacksonville. So I wouldn't spend a lot of time on how to handcuff them. The strength is in your task force. The strength is in passing an ordinance that then becomes difficult to change. But we can't prevent them from reacting if the world goes off a cliff or if, it's all rainbows and unicorns.
Right. I mean, I hear that, yeah, on that. I think, though, that it's not something we've discussed, and I do think it merits some thought, which is, okay, once we hit this goal, do we want to have just some soft suggestions about moving forward so that we don't wind up in the same place that we are today? Do we just back off?
I mean, we're dealing with 30-year projections, and you can almost be certain we'll
So what the suggestions would be in the nature of, we would urge them not to be consistent with what we have said, and that they not rush to change the assumed rate of return and other discretionary factors.
I don't know, but maybe the point is that the city cannot get below 80% funded no matter what year it is. And, once we fill this gap that we have to fill, if we're right about the assumptions, John's right, we have no idea, but we start to make more normal annual contributions, the market collapses, this smoothing approach over time, 5-year frame, if it starts to fall below 80%, the people are going to have to do something, whether it's change benefits or contributions, but you have to do something. You can't get back to 39% funded. So maybe that's what we're saying. Cannot fall below 80% funded over whatever the span of time is.
Using the same.
Yeah, whatever the
smoothing.
methodology is.
Right.
Well, that's a recommend. I think to the general counsel, we can't make them do that. We can recommend that.
Right. Okay. All right, I'll add something like that. It's our recommendation at the conclusion of the agreement that the city continue as a matter of policy, not falling below 80% funding. Okay.
Determined on actuarial.
Using the using the same smooth, consistently applied smoothing approach. Okay. All right.
That was easy. Bill?
Yes.
Would that change? I mean, we're trying to describe this agreement. Does that in any way change the target for 14 years? I mean, if you do a smooth, would it change that to 15 years? Or
David, what do you say to that?
Nope. And so, this is assuming plan assumptions go correctly, obviously.
Right.
If plan assumptions go wrong, which, as John pointed out, they will be. We don't know which way they'll be wrong, but we know they will be wrong. But if things just stay smooth, it doesn't matter if you're doing market value. If things are 7% consistently, it doesn't really matter if you're, smooth their market value. It's what happens if, things fall short by 20% in 1 year, or if you have 15% returns in 1 year. So, the 14 years is based on all assumptions being true. And if all assumptions are true, it doesn't matter if you're smoothing or not.
And we don't
Now,
put
we
a
know that-
14-year date. We fit until 80% funded.
Okay, but
There's not a
wouldn't it be
date.
fair to say that if it works as we all hope it does, we hit 80% in year 14?
Yeah.
And if we're smoothing it, then we're not going to get to 80% until all the smoothing's taken. Where am I missing?
So because smoothing only comes into effect if your investments are either underperforming or overperforming. And if all assumptions are true, that's not happening. Now, we know in real life, it may be 14 years, it may be 10 years, it may be 16 years. It's going to depend on what actually happens.
All right. Greg, what do you?
Okay, I'm done.
You're okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm good.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So
Sorry,
the finish line, though, is 80%.
80%, not a fixed
Yeah,
date.
not a fixed date.
Not a
That's
fixed
what-
date. Right. That's right.
And will it be a recommendation to be consistently funded at that level?
Yeah, that's what he just said.
Not at the 200 million.
No, at 80%.
At the 80, yeah, I'm adding that. Right. That's right. That's
So
going
the tax can drop, and
You-
the city would have to contribute enough to stay at 80%.
At 80%, right. Okay. Next page, 40, I think.
That's a good change.
All right.
It's very well written, by the way, this whole section.
Thank you, I think. It was so well written. I left out the franchise.
Oh, did you?
So I'll add that, and Cindy's going to get me the statutory stuff, but that'll raise $40 million, so that is a legitimate alternative, and we may want to consider whether we say with some force that is a pot of money that can, well, if the sales tax referendum is rejected, number one, or number two, if the council decides it would prefer to do the no sales tax and the ad valorem, which I would find them hard to believe, but they don't have to do it all. So they could raise the premium tax for part of it, and they could do the other for part of it. So we need to discuss that a little bit. How strong do we want to be on the franchise fee? That will take a supermajority vote of the council, Cindy has advised me, which is how many? 14? No, that's two-thirds. So there is, but on the other hand, you don't have to go out to a referendum.
Franchise, I think probably helpful for everybody to understand what the franchise fee is, because I think there's some misconception on that.
Joey, you want to explain, or Cindy, you want to explain it?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
In line with going skiing, I have to pick up my daughter.
You what?
I have to pick up my daughter.
Okay. All right, well, I assume you're going to support everything we do from now on. And we'll have a meeting, let me just, while we're talking on that, before Cindy starts, would y'all be willing to meet at 2 o'clock on the 19th? And what day is it?
You know, it's supposed to be a Disney.
This is Disney, what do you mean? Yes. Oh, man. All right, how about 2 o'clock on the 19th, and we have to be out by 4:30, because I've got another meeting at 5.
Yeah.
So if we set at 2 o'clock on the 19th, and then the 20th is if we make any significant changes, if we could do it on Friday, the 21st, that gives us a full day. Or we could do it on the 20th.
I can't do it on the 21st, I can do it on the 20th.
All right, we're going to do it on the 20th then.
Bill, I really am going to have to control my life.
Oh, I understand. Okay. That's
The 20th.
20th. It's going to be a max of 2 hours, 2 to 4.
And what?
Thursday, the 20th. On the 19th, and on the 20th, let's say,
If we do the 19th, why we need the 20th?
because we won't have seen this, because we can't circulate it. We got to come back together and make sure you all agree with it. Y'all won't see what I will.
We can't circulate it before the 19th? We can't circulate it and then just...
Yeah, we'll circulate it. I'm trying to avoid having to get, I think it'd be, Cindy, am I right, it'd be a violation of sunshine law to have it going back and forth?
Well, to have it going back and forth, but you can circulate it, and if somebody thinks some of the changes are material enough to warrant their coming in and modifying them, then they can ask you for a meeting. It may be that once you circulate them, people weigh the costs and benefits and accept the changes from today.
So if you circulated before the 19th, and we voted, and we edited it on the 19th and accepted everything, that wouldn't work? Oh, well, whatever you want. I
See, what I'm trying to do is to get where I can give it, here, Mr. Mayor, here, Mr. Council President. Okay. Here's the deal. So everybody doesn't have to be at that presentation meeting. It'd be great if they would. But I see that as being 30 minutes to 45
Definitely
minutes.
a class picture somewhere along the way.
Class picture, right.
The 20th, that's the presentation day?
Yes.
What time?
I was going to say 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock.
Mr. Chairman, has that time and date been cleared with some people that you want to attend?
I've mentioned it on the 19th to Carol, but I don't know if anything's happened. If we can't do it, then we can't, we'll have to
Okay.
postpone it. But we need to set our own date. Yeah, that's changing. Yeah. So we'd meet from 2 to 4 on the 19th. And we'd meet at 10 o'clock on the 20th. And that depends on how much, if we can get it done on the 19th, we'll do it then. Okay? So we'll circulate the drafts, and if anybody, who should they send their responses to, Cindy? To Carol.
Not with a gun to my
And
head.
then if Carol sends them to me,
To Miss-
can I just not respond? I can take them
But
in?
you can take input, you can't converse with each other.
And
okay?
then, yeah, but then can I make the changes that are suggested?
You
as the
can
drafter?
incorporate all the changes, circulate the document. If anybody feels the need for a meeting thereafter, they could say, they could respond and email, I'd like to meet. So you can have a tentative time to meet. It may not be necessary.
Okay, all right.
Would that go out as a Word file or a PDF? A Word's file, a lot easier to make comments.
It'll be a Word. They've always been Words, I think.
Okay.
Yep, okay. All right. So that's what we'll do. All right, so now let's finish up. Okay. So, and I'll add you're going to tell us about the franchise.
Franchise fee, right. A franchise fee is a cost charge to the utility users for the use of the right-of-way. It is something that is, if something isn't for the cost of what's being provided, it can be considered a tax. And so while there's a rule of thumb of 6%, it's not necessarily always applicable. So you'd have to look to see whether you could have a franchise fee of an additional 3%, whether it would still be considered a fee under our facts. But that is then a 3% increase in everyone's utility bill. So it's paid by the utility users as a percentage of their bill.
And is there, I understood there was a cap of 6%.
It's colloquially, it's a cap that, for example, Clay County has. But the point at which we are very different from Clay County, and our relationship with JEA is very different from Clay's, and the Clay Utilities relationship with Orange, with Clay County.
So what you're saying then is it unlimited, or is it?
No, I'm saying that it certainly isn't. We have, in Jacksonville, we created the JEA. We then transferred the water system. They had use of our utility without a franchise fee. Okay? So 2007 or so, we passed a 3% franchise fee, and everybody kind of looks at it but doesn't really. And the question is, if you impose another 3%, will that still be considered a fee when they already have the right-of-way?
Okay.
And it's not costing them anymore.
So what
And
she's saying is
that's
there's a legal issue there too. So that
It's a
may,
legal issue. Right.
that
So-
may, that's a negative that we need to cite in the report as a negative consideration. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Cindy, what you're saying is that it would apply just like a sales tax would be, that it
Correct.
may then trigger a need to reduce the ad valorem on a corresponding level?
That's
the
the precise
conclusion
analysis.
is. Okay.
Mhm. That's the precise
And
analysis.
So it doesn't really change anything in the options that we're looking at, except for the pure ad valorem.
Give you another choice.
Yeah, but it does give you another choice.
Well, I didn't understand. You'd have to reduce the ad valorem?
If it is considered
A
a tax as opposed to a fee, then it's a whole different computation.
And that's because of the.
And it's considered ad valorem, which is the only power that the city would have to impose.
And that's because the Governor Chris thing to the cities that you were limited in that?
It's because of the constitutional amendments that have
That's
been,
what I
that
mean.
that caused.
Cindy? Who decides?
Ultimately, a court is
Court?
that decides it. Mhm.
Thought you could
It's a
decide
taxpayer challenge issue. I don't think anybody would ever elect me to make a policy decision on the pension.
Okay, I've got it. I'm going to write and I'll get Cindy's help on that.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure that we circle with council auditors, how many people we can, because I've been told a couple different things on that. I've been told that, in fact, the council has raised that in the past, and it didn't trigger this
It's a risk factor.
Yeah.
If you were using it to pay not the excess money, the accelerated payment, but the funding, that would probably be a different analysis. It's a taxpayer-triggered challenge, and it's one that ultimately would go to the courts. Nobody challenged it when we did the 3%, and I think people looked at the whole consolidated government and said, well, that's a power you have. We have lots of arguments to defend it, but I wouldn't want to not raise the issue because it's a basic principle of local government law.
So the risk would be, is down the road some taxpayer sues, and we'd have to disgorge an equivalent amount of all the taxes, because it'd probably be a class action.
I'm certainly not going to concede any remedy. I think if down in the future there was a problem, my position would be it's prospective only. and there's all kinds of legal arguments. I don't want to concede anything, I just want to flag that I would just add
Yeah, I'm not
that
asking you to
issue.
concede it, but that's
Right.
the possibility.
And
Right.
one more quick follow-up, and I'll be finished, I promise. There's a bill that's been introduced in the legislature by, I think, Senator Bradley, and I think the concept is for those municipalities that are less than 80% funded, that you can use a sales tax, a half% sales tax, that would be,
Okay.
right, isn't that right?
I believe that bill's been filed. I don't know if there's a House.
And because right now, if we tried to pass a half-cent sales tax, we would have to reduce the ad valorem accordingly. But if this passed, then that may give us some flexibility.
Exactly.
Yes.
Would it apply to the franchise fee is my question.
No, the franchise fee is really a whole separate and complicated analysis, given our relationship with JEA and the whole issue under local government law of how much authority you have for something, for a fee versus a tax. So I do it only to flag the issue and give you a chance to consider that some of these are a little more uncertain than others. And that's a 3% on existing utility bills. I don't know how much that is, so I don't know how that equates to an ad valorem. It's a 3% increase on the utility bills.
Would the JEA board have a say-so on whether or not that could happen?
No, this would be imposed by the consolidated government, by the city council acting as a...
Mr. Shercliffe has a question.
The feedback I've gotten from a lot of people is that JEA wasn't involved in this issue to begin with, and getting JEA involved at this time is just another way to get to the people. And I don't think it's really a good option for us to solve this problem, and I think it just gives the people who are going to be all involved another argument to discuss over the period of time. And we have agreed to these other issues, and people seem to understand the ad valorem and the sales tax. I don't know that creating this today as an option is a good idea or not.
Yeah, and Bill, just to kind of endorse that, I thought last time when we talked about the franchise fee, we looked at how much it would produce, and where we came out was we rejected it, but we left open not really a recommendation, but we left open an option for the mayor and city council to discuss further with JEA if they wanted to. But we were sticking to these recommendations.
Okay.
And there was a split.
Right.
There were, and so I think all we're talking about is what's the 2 or 3 sentences in the report. So, and we discussed the possibility of raising franchise fee, but I don't think we discussed all this detail about the legality of it. Right. We had a conversation about, do we want to go there or not?
And we decided not to. Right. Okay, is that what we want to do? I just didn't remember that, and that may be why I left it out. That was brilliant.
It was late that day.
Right, okay. I've got your I'm seeing a lot of nodding on that, so that's going to be the instruction. Okay. Thank you, Cindy. Yep. All right, I think we're now to page 42.
Number 41.
Bottom 41, yep. Yes, I changed those. It should be 136, which I did change that, so I'll go back to make sure. Yep.
And on the bottom of 41 and also on 42, it's not a 1 cent sales tax, it's a 1% sales tax, isn't it?
So 1 cent.
1 cent?
Well, that's 1%. That's 1%.
I don't know what a 1 cent sales
okay,
tax
so
is.
It really means a 1 cent on the dollar. So
Which is a 1% sales.
1%, right.
So I think it's a 1% and a half percent as
Right,
opposed to 1 cent and a half cent.
All right, I'll put it that way. Okay, 1% and half percent. All right.
On a dollar.
Where are you? Wait a minute, where are you?
The first full paragraph on
Oh, that they pay it, yeah, it's in perpetuity, but they pay it to the city for 14 years. Okay. Okay. All right. Chris had a question on that same paragraph I forgot to raise, that he feels like the timing on that will be that will be the quickest proposal. We make our own judgments about that as to whether that is. He felt like that'd be the quickest way. But fair enough. Do you want to say anything about that?
The one thing I just wanted to point out, and I don't think this is likely to be the subject of intense discussion in the report, but there was a statement made here to the effect of they thought the potential partnership between the city and the JEA would take too long. I just want to point a couple things out. The earliest that city council could impose a millage increase, if it chose to do so, would be the end of September, 7 months from now.
Right.
The earliest that voters, practically speaking, could weigh in on the surtax, if they chose to do that, would probably be March of 2015.
Why wouldn't it be August or November? Because the council can pass that now.
Because according to your formula, Mr. Chairman, they'd have to raise property taxes first. That cannot occur until September of
Right, okay, you're right. But they could say at the same time to do it in November.
I just, given the election schedules, and then, you know, you've been a supervisor of elections yourself, I think that that may be practically difficult in any event. So, again, this seemed to characterize the option the mayor had proposed as one that would take the longest. I just don't think that stands up to the facts. Also, you know, JEA is currently reviewing the proposal, and we expect to have continued conversations with them. On these other options, we're talking months and months out. So I just, again, very respectfully suggest that that timing concern may not be applicable.
If we just said the JA have not finalized and left out the far away.
Sure. I mean, at this time, we have not.
Right. Okay. All right.
In response to that, I hate for us to make come to short-term decisions on an issue that's this large, $1.7 billion, and can only be solved over a long period of time. And whether it's 14 and a half years or 15 years really isn't the important thing to me.
Yep. Okay, moving on to page 42.
Just the same changes in the 1 cent and half cent. There's several places in there.
Yep, okay. All right, and then to page 43.
Mr. Chairman, I think this is a very good summary and conclusion, and I like it a lot. I don't like the word frittered away by negotiation. I think we're, you know, I think there's a little better way to say it.
Where are you now?
Second paragraph on the page.
Second paragraph. Not frittered away, not reduced by not. It's really what we meant is split up.
It's complete package.
Yeah, I think sort of like. You know, just the idea that this is a package, you know, this is a package that we feel is most effective. You know, that you already said that.
Well, and I say we wouldn't want its success jeopardized.
I like fritter. Keep it in there.
How many want to keep frittered?
I sort of like jeopardized. But I would suggest that we say not jeopardized by piecemeal negotiation.
Oh, that's good. Jeopardized
by piecemeal negotiation.
So we went from fritter to the whole meal.
Jeopardized by piecemeal what?
Negotiate. Just add in piecemeal before negotiation.
I just want you to know that meal is in there, so you're you're using fritters to piecemeal it away. All right.
All long day.
Now then we get to the end, and I don't think we need to go, unless y'all think there's a violent disagreement with anything in the executive summary, that's going to follow what this is. So
Can I make one overall comment on that?
Yep.
On the executive summary?
Yep.
The executive summary will likely be read separate from the report.
Yep.
And it opens up by saying the foregoing report of the retirement reform.
Yep.
I think that we just say the report of the Retirement Reform Task Force dated March, and call it the capitalized report. Because we talked throughout this document about they should read the full final report, just define the report, and then use the capitalized term throughout the document.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, one other thing, I know that there were some suggestions of some additional comments for like the first page or something.
Yes.
Since we're meeting next week, should we maybe pass those around or suggest those or something, provide those?
Yeah, if y'all want to include some of that urgency language, that'd be, if y'all could get it to me by Monday,
Okay.
that'd be very helpful. Mr. Shercliffe.
One other thing, we're getting awfully...
Mr. Chairman, by the way, if I suggest something, can I claim that somebody else did? So maybe
You're fine, Ted. You've been a big, important, positive part of this.
I'll have somebody anonymously.
We've spent so much time on this, and we've gotten so much help from Pew and David Drain and Associates around there. Would David take just a moment and tell us whether this was shaping up the way you anticipated, or how are we shaped up to meet the charge that we had and what you expected when you came into Jacksonville?
Well, I would say my biggest surprise, and I think one of the most encouraging things we've seen in Jacksonville, and really this diverges a lot from what we've seen in other states and cities, is this dedication to going above and beyond in making the payments. Rather than saying we're going to make our minimum payment each and every year and just wait until that's enough, committing that $200 million, committing those extra payments. More broadly, this is about making the plan affordable and sustainable in the long run, and I think there's been this very thoughtful discussion about plan design and thinking through various options. Obviously one of the things that the task force decided on was that, having this shared sacrifice that includes current employees was an important goal. Obviously there is some debate and discussion on that, and probably will be, broader community debate and discussion on that. But it was done in a respectful and thoughtful way. And then finally, the governance changes, most particularly the Finance and Investment Advisory Committee and the improved disclosures and transparency are going to be very helpful tools in making sure that there's not a task force in 30 years trying to fix the same problem that you are now. So I want to commend all your work and dedication to this issue.
Well, we wouldn't have been able to do with it. And I used the word providential in the report because I really believe it was. And that's just the license of the drafter, and I thank you all for letting me lead that in, because it's certainly true. And I want to say that about the whole process. I think we've had a great spirit that has embellished our work together. So, David, we owe you and Jonathan a lot. We really do.
Our pleasure.
And we hope y'all will. Thank you very much. And we hope you'll continue on as we browbeat Mr. Anderson and his colleagues and Mr. Keene and his colleagues. We now have to have a public comment period. So 2 minutes. And 2 minutes, Bill, that's all you're going to get.
Gosh, thanks very much, sir. First of all, Bill Gassett, Jacksonville, Florida. I want to call your attention, looking at page 19 on your, 14, I'm sorry, on your fine report here, and page 29. That's kind of the keel of the ship that you've laid here. I will tell you quite simply that you may need to raise what you have on page 29 from 7% to close to 9 to 10%. And the reason for that is that as you've structured a this thing has forced you into 20-80% between fixed and equity type stuff. And for every percent that the Dow Jones doesn't make it, that puts a 4 times burden on the fixed income side. And and another problem I've got too also is that if you look at your historical returns chart on this, if you got your pin out, here you had a 3-year total return, if I read the chart correctly, of roughly 12 to 13%. The Dow Jones by itself was up 50%. So my thrust here is you need to perhaps take that into account when you determine the max and the minimums. Another thing here you may call my favorite chart from last week to show you how tough it is. The class that entered in 1994 and is eligible for the 20-year return setup is only earned 7.5% on the fixed on the common stock side. Now, if I may with a question, I think this is something I don't understand, I'm sure it's available. Had I joined 20 years ago, and I decided to retire today, and I'm entitled to, say, a $36,000 retirement fund, what base of bucks would I have to build that up to so that the state or the city could support that retirement? My guess is, I think this is an important question, and I think the public would like to know that, is it's probably got to be about 600 grand in place for a person today to say they can live for the next 30 or 40 years. If you take that 600 grand, that will tell you, going back 20 years, that we should have put in about 150 grand into each new hire's account at that point in time. I would ask you to consider that kind of a mathematical approach, because that's really what it boils down to. One other closing point here is that, if I may suggest your concerns about the introduction to your report here, I would say a very good opening comment of some sort would be, look, when I first went to work, I was interested in the job, and I figured I'd die at age 71. I know you kind of touched on this earlier. Today, it's equally as important to anybody, not only do they earn what they're living, but when they retire. I'm going to be living to 90 years old. I retire at 60 completely. That's 30 years. In some cases, that was more than some people worked when my dad was, in the working retirement. So I think you need to kind of add that little bit of artistic edge to it, I might suggest.
That's a good idea.
But with all due respect, I think the economics, please, when you're thinking down the road, look towards a 10% return. I will tell you, the other thing, and thank you for the extra time. The bond market, just like we had a drought in the stock market from 2000 to 2009, roughly, we believe from our investment sources that the bond fixed income market is going to go to a drought for the next 10 years. If that's the case, that 20% you've got in fixed income will make more than about 2 or 3% contribution. So whack that up on what it's got to do on the stock side. You've done a very fine job. Gosh, thanks very much for letting me speak, and Godspeed.
Okay, thank you, Bill. Okay, other comments? Bobby, are you getting up to talk?
I was getting up to leave.
All right, we're adjourned. I want to thank you all again. Thank you very much.
See you next time.